Greetings and salutations, everyone. Hello, hello, and welcome. It is our Foxhole Fridays, and I am troopersjp, and we are playing tonight. We are going solo. We are going to be playing the Pendragon starter set adventure. I am last-minute adjustments. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Hey, everybody. Hi. Thanks for sticking around. Sorry for the late start today. I was coming back from my bike ride, and then the tech was exciting. Also, pay no attention to the offline screen, which is from last week. I'm not doing my streamiversary this Saturday. I'm doing it. I did it last Saturday, but tomorrow I will be doing Rain World for the first time. I'm very excited for it, as is Atomica, I think. Hello, everybody. You think my mic isn't close enough? 6 inches. If you like, I can give you more volume. Where's my cursor? Let's see. That should be getting right up there. So let me know if that's all right. Yes. Hello, everybody. How are you? You don't know. I am currently peaking at the moment. I'm sitting there. Well, I'm not peaking, but I'm moving into the red. So, but I just turned up my volume a little bit. That should work out. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just. Whew. Okay, good. Hey, everybody. Chat delay. Chat, why are you delayed? Why? Hi, how are you? I'm glad to be here. We are going solo because our cast of chuckleheads for the gamblers are on a bit of a Thanksgiving break, and I wanted to, do something different. This is part of. I am right there on the edge, Lysander. I can take myself down just like a little bit. Okay, so chuckleheads. Woo! I think Krell is asking chat to delay me. Maybe. I don't know. It's unclear. Anyhow, let's see. What did I want to tell you all? So as you know, I've been sort of running around being interested in playing a bunch of games at the moment in that sort of first generation of RPGs from 74 to 84, 85-ish. And Pendragon is one of these first generation RPGs that came out in 1985. And this is a brand new edition of it. The 6th edition is not fully out yet. The starter box for it has come out. And this is from the 6th edition starter box of Pendragon. And it comes with, you wanted to tell us which half of Carousel Court Pendragon was. Yes, I will indeed. Chaosium, sort of like, especially like new revitalized Chaosium, has come out with a number of things. 7th Ed, Call of Cthulhu, 6th Ed, Pendragon, a bunch of their games that have come out. What's really cool about them is they've included an introductory solo adventure with almost every one of their box starter sets, which I love because I feel like there should be more introductory starter adventures in games to give you a sense of how to play it, like a sort of like a learn to play sort of a thing. And I'm kind of excited to try this one, since this is, after all, a game that I've heard lots about, but I've never actually played or run. And this is exciting to me. Also, so I got the starter set, and this is mostly Max Ryder's fault, because Max Ryder said that the solo adventure was very good. And so here I am wanting to try it. That's a thing I'm going to do. But also, I did another thing, which I maybe shouldn't have done, but I did. And that is, I also got the Roll20. The Roll20 version of the Pendragon starter set. I'm moving those headphones over there so I do not have as much in my way. So I got the Roll20 version of the starter set, which is a bit of a, what do you call it, a redundancy, but it's kind of cool. So I'm excited to have all these things up there. Hey, Schmelza, you've never looked at this one, so I'm pretty stoked. Yeah, me too. So now, if you've been hanging out with me, you will know a little bit about Pendragon already. Wow. Sort of. Max Ritter says, I meant to tell you I'm going to start writing reviews for Knights of the Dinner Table's Lost Game Safari. Those reviews are out-of-print games. I'm working on compiling a list of them and their dates, the ones I own. Oh, nice. You have to play some of them first, and I accept my blame in this. You know what? I accept it as well. So What parts of where might you know some of these Pendragon? Well, I'm currently playing in Carousel Court, which is not this Sunday, by the way, Thanksgiving. But Carousel Court is a mashup of the Sword Chronicles and also Pendragon that Praxagor the Spoforia is doing. Now, I'll tell you that I would say like 95% of the game are the Sword Chronicles, but I'd say 5%. So including all the houses we created, that's all Sword Chronicles. Now, the Sword Chronicles is the generic system that Green Ronin used for the Song of Ice and Fire, the Game of Thrones RPG. So all the house creation, that's all Sword Chronicles or Game of Ice and Fire, Song of Ice and Fire game. And all the rolling, that's also the Sword Chronicles. What is the Pendragon is the long-term projects. All right, so the long-term house projects, that's coming from Pendragon. So that's the part that's coming from Pendragon. And I will say I was, yeah, that's it. So let's see. Let's do this. I'm wearing my sort of periodist shirt, and I'm wearing my this is for my rapier fighting in the SCA. You have a good sort of period-esque shirt that would also withstand pokes from blunted rapiers, and so this is that. And I figured we should do this together. Now, I have a lot of possibilities for you all here, and what I realized I did not do was check one thing, and I'm going to check that right now, because after all, it's important. I just need to get a window capture here. And let's see, this is preview. That's this. Yeah. I got it. Okay. I want to make sure that we have everything ready for our well, good enough for government work, right? Yes. And I believe, let's see what happens. Yeah. That's not sexy. But I actually think that might be this situation. Let's just double check. Yeah, there we go. That's our groove. Got it. So, except that this is, it needs one thing to be fixed, and that is this. Give me one moment and I can fix this for you. Oop. Yeah. Da-da-da-da. And I just feel like this should be a little bit smaller. Yeah. There we go. So, thank you. I just had to get our dock up because it's important. Over there, so it doesn't. There we go. Boom. Perfect. All right. So we are here. The real question is, why did you have to change your pants? Oh, Rissa, I was in my bicycling outfit. I was wearing, bicycling pants and a bicycling jersey. I was in my bike riding outfit, which was sweaty and also not in period at all. You know what I mean? I just feel like Lycra just doesn't feel very medieval. Probably to have fancy period appropriate pants instead of sweaty exercise pants. See, yeah, but again, they were sweaty. Would you want to spend a whole stream sitting in sweaty exercise pants? See, Krillin knows. That XRS stands for salt. We throw that away. Show us the pants. No, I'm not wearing them anymore. I took them off. Okay, so let's see. We're going to start this. We're going to go and play Pendragon. And I'm very excited to see what happens and what we get out of it. So let's do this, shall we? No Pants Friday. So we're gonna do this together. Actually, this is, by the way, I did not tie my little ties, and I feel okay with that. I feel like a rebel. Just in case you wanted to know, no pants every day. So, don't tell Twitch. No, just don't show Twitch. I am wearing pants. I just got out of my bicycling pants, and I'm wearing warmer pants. So, this is meant to teach us how to play Pendragon. It's our starter set. At the moment, only the starter set is out, which is boxed and has a number of different books in there, including this solo adventure. There's also a group adventure, which Volp says, sure you are. I was like, oh, Scabbynack, I love the eyebrows. That is the best emote. I'm not wearing pants. That's not the spirit of No Pants Friday. Well, if I don't show you that I'm wearing pants, then it's a mystery. By the way, I learned something interesting as I was listening to the Ludo Narrative Dissidents podcast. Apparently, there is a VAT tax on boxed RPGs, but there isn't on non-boxed RPGs, because there's a difference between how they VAT books versus games. And if you put your RPG in a book format, you're not going to get the extra VAT tax. But if you put it in a box format, then you will, which means I probably should not put out Kolos in a box. That's all. One is a box game and one is a book. Wow. Yeah. Oh, those are great emotes. Oh, I love them. Okay, so let's start together. The Adventure of the Sword and the Stone. By the way, side note, I've been thinking a lot about how I would do a solo introductory adventure for Kolos, because I'm going to do one. And I really want to mesh this. I want to sort of like combine the sort of choose your adventure style that you get from many of these introductory solo books, and then the kind of solo play that you get in some of these other kind of dedicated solo RPGs. I'm still thinking about it, but just note that it's happening. Oh, also, that's not our what is this and our what is this and our content is not up to date. Just survive it. Okay, so we're not doing the Disco Elysium. So the Adventure of the Sword and the Stone takes place in the fantastical world of Greg Stafford's Pendragon role-playing game. Although you normally play Pendragon with one or more friends, for this adventure, all you need is a pencil, some dice, and your wits. Okay. You missed box sets. I missed them too, but apparently they're quite punishing if you live in the UK. So we have to ponder it. And apparently they're very expensive to make nowadays. But... So, you are playing the part of a page serving in the household of a kindly, aging knight named Sir Ector. His manor lies nestled in the wilds of modern-day Wales, in a tiny kingdom called Penlyn. Pages are young boys and girls between the ages of 7 and 14 who learn the ways of courtly life by observing their elders and doing menial tasks for them. After serving as pages, most girls become handmaidens to ladies, though some may pursue a martial path and become squires. Boys almost always become squires, though the runts and thirdborns of the family are sometimes sent off to the priesthood. Now that you are 14, that's us, you are among those pages at court who dream of soon becoming squires to great and noble knights. Not a page, I'm a full book, I swear. Sir Ector has 2 squires in his service. His sons, Kay and Arthur, squires to the ways of knighthood while they serve. Those who are confident in themselves, show promise, and who have the right connections may become knights. Most remain squires after age of 21 and are called esquires to indicate that they are not in service to a specific knight. Kay is an accomplished squire, brave and brash, and is due to be knighted soon, as he is only too happy to remind anyone who will listen. Sir Ector says Britain will need many more knights with strong arms like Kay's in the years to come. For these are dark times indeed. The land has fallen into anarchy and despair. The last High King of Britain, Aurelius Ambrosius, died 30 years ago. His brother, Uther, ruled for 15 years after that from the mighty kingdom of Logres, but never achieved the coveted title of High King. He died, along with most of the nobility of Logres, over the course of one fateful evening, victims all of foul Saxon treachery. That was 14 years ago, when you were still in your mother's belly. Except for that brief blessed time, you have never known a wholly peaceful world. Raids from the hill folk of the Cambrian interior, border skirmishes with neighboring petty kingdoms, and Irish reavers from the sea trouble your land, especially in recent years. Logres, they say, may fall to Saxon invaders at any time. Its warlords too busy squabbling amongst themselves to mount an effective defense against the barbarians. Britain cries out for a new High King, for the return of strength, unity, and stability. But here, in Penlyn, on Sir Ector's estate, these troubles seem far away now. A brisk autumn breeze riles up your hair, which I do not have, but 14-year-old me did, as you step out of the manor hall and spot Arthur and Kay getting set for quintain practice. If only you can join them. Ha ha ha. Introduction. Read the following sections to get oriented, then proceed to the first numbered passage and start reading. Following the prompts based on your decisions to the numbered passage, we know how this works. At times, you're instructed to make dice rolls for both your own character and sometimes on behalf of another. Outcome of these rolls, we got that. Combination of choice and luck, you will eventually reach the end of the adventure. At that point, you proceed through a point scoring system to see just what kind of knight you will eventually become, ranging from a wandering mercenary who promises their sword to the highest bidder, all the way to a chivalrous peer of the legendary Round Table. We are a Diary of Vulpes. Okay, so let's find out. We have right now some information about the game itself. Let's find out about the game, because I feel like we probably all care about this. Let's see. Another time, another world. Pendragon. I, by the way, have some exciting music. I don't know how much of it I like, but let's see. Pendragon is set in a mythical version of Dark Ages Britain. Yeah, that sounds kind of exciting. I like this. It is Greg Stafford's unique synthesis of centuries of Arthurian tales, a vision of history informed by medieval scholars and troubadours, by Sir Thomas Malory and Edmund Spenser, by romantic novelists like Tennyson, and by more contemporary visions from popular literature and cinema. All these stories have contributed to this legendary game setting. Now imagine that is the year of our Lord 509. Britain is a large, verdant island surrounded by turbulent seas and consisting of 5 geographic regions. The north, beyond Hadrian's Wall, oh, you know, where the White Walkers are, Cambria and Cornwall to the west and south, respectively, Cumbria in the middle, and Logres to the southeast. Some smaller islands sit off its coast, and the big island of Ireland lies just to the west. Britain is riddled with many navigable streams and rivers, and its coasts boast many fine natural harbors. Much of the land is hilly and covered in dense, ancient forests, some rumored to be haunted. Deadly beasts, like the fierce British lions and panthers, have kept the woods dangerous, even where crumbling old Roman roads cross them. Deeper into the heartwoods and marshes live dragons, whose occasional sallies wreak terrible havoc upon nearby settlements. Speaking of which, oh good. Other portions of the forest are set aside as hunting grounds for kings and their followers, who fight monsters more than they fear them. The people of Britain self-define themselves as one of 5 distinct cultures. Isn't Hadrian's Wall like 3 feet tall? Ireland, because it's so angry. But it isn't 3 feet tall now. I don't think it was back then. I think it was taller then. There were some quite large sections. And the Romans built it. They were very short. The Romans built it taller, but, over time. People also dismantled parts of Hadrian's Wall for building materials for houses and whatnot. The people of Britain self-define themselves as one of 5 distinct cultures: Cymric, Irish, Pict, Roman, or Saxon, and have divided themselves into scores of tiny warring kingdoms. Some, like Penland, of no greater size than a valley. The most powerful of them all is the Kingdom of Logres. It occupies most of southeastern Britain and holds 3 of the largest remaining Roman cities. Now, in these dark times, enemies converge on Logres from all sides. Her warlords vie for supremacy, and her few allies fear her imminent collapse. Pendragon, Britain, is a land of adventure and danger, of scheming lords and ambitious ladies, of great passions and glorious deeds, of mysterious castles and strange hidden kingdoms, and of savage beasts lurking in shadowy green woods. It is a fabled realm waiting for you to explore. Playing Pendragon, there are only 2 types of dice used in Pendragon, the D20 and the D6. You use the D20 to resolve actions as well as test your character's morals and beliefs in times of crisis. The D6 is most often used to determine damage dealt in combat. The stories of King Arthur and his knights and ladies are filled with characters consumed by their passions and driven by their emotions for good and ill. Throughout the course of this adventure, and later when you play Pendragon with your friends or enemies, you will find your character's personality at times driving the narrative and in surprising directions. Much enjoyment is thus derived from trying to get yourself out of trouble of your own devising. This touches on the central question underlying all gameplay in Pendragon: finding out what kind of knight you really are. That is a thing that I find exciting. Also, here we have some exciting medieval-esque art. Glory and honor. The measure of all knights is taken by their glory and honor values. We have glory and honor values, good. Glory is the measure of a knight's notoriety and fame. It only increases with time and is not tied to the knight's inherent moral character. Knights like Sir Agravain or Sir Bruce Sans Pity are infamous for their rotten personalities and questionable behavior, but both achieve high glory values. Honor, on the other hand, may fluctuate quite a bit over the course of a knight's lifetime, and is dependent on their behavior. Some actions increase honor, many others decrease it. Honor is a precious commodity and must be closely guarded, for if a knight's honor ever falls too low, they lose their status and place in society. Okay, so honor is going to be a way for us to wreck our characters. Got it. During this adventure, you will keep track of the actions that would normally earn you glory if you were a knight, as well as your honor value. You do this by placing checks in the boxes next to indicated skills, personality traits, and passions. Each box may only be checked once. If you earned a check earlier in the adventure, further instructions to check the box are ignored. After completing the adventure, you will find instructions on how to tally everything up based on your checks and find out what kind of knight your character will eventually grow up to become. I do have a question. I wonder, we'd have to find out, if checks reset at the end of a session or adventure. Do you know what I mean? It's just a question I have, because there's a difference between getting checks, like in BRP, per session versus per adventure, because an adventure might take multiple sessions. We'll find out. Dealing and taking damage. As noted earlier, you roll multiple 6-sided dice to determine how much damage is done in combat. Max Ryder says, I think all leveling up takes place during the winter phase. Interesting. We'll find out. Sometimes you add a set number to the total, such as rolling 2d6 plus 4. Other times, like when you throw a punch, you simply apply a set number of points of damage, usually between 4 and 5, depending on your size and strength. Armor protects against damage, which is a system I love, but whatever gets through is deducted from a character's hit points. I do really enjoy armor that reduces damage rather than makes you harder to hit. Other times, like when you throw, said that one, once hit points fall below the character's unconsciousness threshold, the character is incapacitated. If hit points ever fall to 0 or less, the character is dying. Although combat is not the focus of this scenario, there are certain paths you may take that lead to combat. In such circumstances, you must keep track of both your own hit points and those of your opponent, as well as make all dice rolls on your opponent's behalf. All right, I got that. Yes, armor as damage reduction to something I like to. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Let me hit my. We have a character sheet, by the way, and I'm going to open up. Where are we? Young Squire. So let me take us here. So we have a character sheet in Roll20 that is just set up for me already. I'm very excited for it. They also have an official character sheet, so that's pretty cool. Also, let's move this over here a little bit. I feel like that'll be better. And whoop, yeah, that's we're good. Okay. Whew. All right. Here's our character sheet. Let's find out what we have to know. So we have this character sheet. This is a simplified version of the standard Pendragon character sheet, representing your character as a 14-year-old page about to become a squire, which I imagine that for Pendragon we're all knights. You have benefited from a lifetime of active and passive instruction in the traditions of your Cymric culture, which is probably not pronounced that way because it's Welsh, Christian religion, and the duties of knights and nobles. Give your character a name. They may be of any gender. All children of nobility serve as pages, and some girls choose and then go on to a career as squires and eventually knights. If you're having trouble coming up with a name, think of examples from literature or history. Some suggestions are a bunch of suggestions. Okay, so we know that we're in the Wales area, and we also know, I know, that there have been people of color in Britain since the Romans came to Britain, so which was actually before the Saxons came to Britain. So there have been people of color there for a long time. So, and I'm thinking about Dame Shirley Bassey, Welsh songstress. And I think I want to go with something. Yeah, the Romans were there before Arthur's there, absolutely. So my name must have 40,000 vowels. I'm thinking something like, I think I want to go with Bassey in honor of Dame Shirley. I would need all of the vowels for it, though. But let's go with, so character name, Young Squire, no. Let's change our name to Bassey. Now, if I knew how to spell Welsh, I would spell it with more vowels, but I don't know how to spell in Welsh. I feel like there's a thing with B. I wonder how you'd spell that. If anyone knew how to spell this in Welsh, how to spell Bassey, then I would do that. But, they would tell us. And then that's exciting. So, they have some suggestions for your name. Characteristics. These are your physical attributes. Size, dexterity, strength, constitution, and appearance. You have no noble strengths or weaknesses. How these function in play will be covered through events in the scenario, but note that they also determine your derived characteristics, such as hit points, movement rate, and so forth. Okay, so we've got 12, 12, 12, 15, 12, it looks like. We've got 27 hit points, which seems pretty good for a starting character. Yes, Bassey, Bassey. I don't know how I'd spell that in Welsh, since I feel like there are exciting things with B's in Welsh. Like, you know. Okay, we've got like unconsciousness at 7, which is interesting. Major wound at 15, knockdown 12, movement is 17, armor points, current glory, healing rate. Okay, we've got brawling damage and base damage. We've got some skills: awareness, surgery, compose, courtesy, dancing, falconry, fashion, first aid, flirting, folklore. These are good skills. Gaming, hunting, intrigue, literacy, orate, play instrument, recognize, religion, sing, stewardship. Not bad. Bassey in Welsh, according to Google, is, we're going to spell that Basssaid. Bassey. Thank you, Max Ryder. Wait. No, Bassai. Okay. Yes. B-A-S-A-I-D-D. Bassy. That's our character. Because we've just decided. Okay, this is exciting. We have some combat skills like battle, bow, brawling, charge, crossbow, halft, two-handed hafted, horsemanship, spear, sword, and thrown weapon. We've got some personality traits. Chaste, lustful, energetic, lazy. These seem to be in opposition with each other. Forgiving, vengeful, generous, selfish, honest, deceitful, just, arbitrary, merciful, cruel, modest, proud, prudent, reckless, spiritual, worldly, temperate, indulgent, trusting, suspicious, valorous, and cowardly. We have some passions: homage, lord, love, family, hospitality, and honor. Squire, who I imagine would be our squire, but we are currently a page becoming a squire. We have horses and equipment. Okay, up here we see that we have a space for holdings as well as our character. Okay, I'm excited for what we're seeing here. Excited for what we're seeing here. Y'all got so many things to play. Okay, personality traits. Look at them. Often written as traits, these quantify and guide your character's actions. All traits come in pairs with two values that sum to 20. Makes sense? The values of each are written on opposite sides of a slash. For example, 13.7. As one trait rises, the other falls by an equal amount. 14.6, 15.5, and so on. A character tends to act according to the trait with the greater value. Right now, all my values are balanced. The last name should be Deifad for pants, Welsh for pants. Okay, but how do you pronounce that would be the question. But we're gonna put this in here. D-Y-H-E-F-I-A-D, which is Welsh for pants. Yes. Okay, the bold personality traits are called your religious traits. And represent the values most important to your religion. I don't know if we have any of those just yet. Personality. Oh, no. It says up here, religious virtues: chaste, forgiving, merciful, modest, and spiritual. These are the religious virtues. And temperate. Okay. All right. So they have them up on a different, on a little line. Okay. And then it says, other traits, those marked with a star, are particularly important for knights, which I don't see anything marked with a star at the moment. We'll find out. Oh yeah, some of these things are marked with stars. Some of them are not. Interesting. I wonder if this, I cannot control this character sheet. I probably cannot, since it's an official sheet, I probably cannot mod it either. But there should, but I'm noting in the PDF itself that energetic, generous, just, merciful, modest, and valorous seem to be knightly traits. Just noting it. Okay. Let's see. You may now customize your trait values. Woo! All traits start at a base value of 10. Your religious traits each gain a bonus of 3 points. Remember that this reduces the opposite trait by 3 points as well. Your valorous trait begins at 15. Oh, okay. So let's see. Chaste becomes a 13. Oh, it would be nice if this automatically did the math to swap it out, but all right. So chaste is 13. Forgiving will be 13. Oop. Merciful is 13, which makes cruel 7. Modest is 13. Cruel 7. Spiritual is 13. And temperate is 13. Okay. And we have that. The valorous trait begins at 15. So my valorous is 15. And cowardly is 5. Great. Now choose a trait and make it 16. This is your famous trait, what you are known for amongst your peers. Let's see. Chaste, energetic, forgiving, generous, honest, just, merciful, modest. Let's see. I'm gonna pick, yes. Is a fantasy world a temperate Is a fantasy world a temperate 14-year-old? I think Bassi the 14. I do not feel like prudent is that. I feel like let's go with we're gonna go with a go-getter. We're gonna go with energetic. Don't know what that's gonna do for us, but we're gonna go with energetic being our famous trait because we're gonna go with a high energy 14-year-old is what we're gonna go with, right? A nice, energetic, full of energy, go-getter kind of kid. Like, yeah, let's go. Okay. So this is what we're known for amongst our peers. I'm always out there doing stuff. All right. Finally, distribute 6 points amongst any of the other traits. No other trait may be raised above 15, but you are free to put all of your points into a trait if you wish, so as long as it remains under 16. So I've got 6 more points. Let's add a point to... I can add points to the other side, right? Right, because they're all traits. I'm going to add a point to reckless, reducing my prudent by 1. I'm going to add a point to suspicious, reducing my trusting by 1. So now I've got 4 more. I'm going to increase my just by 2. So I have 2 points left. And I'm going to increase my... let's go with... honest and generous will both get a +1 bump. That's what we got. Yeah, that's what we got. Honest and generous increased by 1. I feel good about it. Selfish, yeah, I put selfish. I think suspicious but generous, you know? Be deceitful, you don't have the range. Okay. I feel like that's good. Now, that's our traits. So now our introduction. Once you've allocated your points, fill in your final trait values, remembering that each trait pair, we did that, we're good. Passions. Ooh. You think you chose honesty as your high 16? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm like not dishonest. I'm just a tad on the honest side, but I'm energetic. All right, passions. After finishing your traits, move on to passions. Passions are intense beliefs that may provide inspiration, boosting a single skill or trait for a short time. Passions are especially useful in combat or when attempting a difficult task. If traits represent your personality, passions are especially useful in passions represent the values your character holds most dear. The most important passion is honor. And this begins with a value of 15. Got it? There are many other passions, including adoration, devotion, hate, station, and chivalry. For the purposes of your character, we focus on 3 others aside from honor: homage, lord, love, family, and hospitality. These each start with a value of 15 as well. I'm into it. For each definition of each personality trait and passion, see Chapter 3, Traits and Passions, Book 2. Which, you know what, since we're here, might as well just pull up the rule book and see what it has to say, because we are here after all. Chapter 3, Traits and Passions. Let's see what it has to say, shall we? Passions. Homage, lord. Homage is the highest type of loyalty, okay? The act of homage is given when a knight swears their service to a lord as a member of their household, or when they receive a grant of land from their lord, which is an enormous honor. Violating homage is more severely penalized than any other loyalty passion. Refusal results in loss of honor. Okay, this is good to know. The homage passion may be invoked when a knight's liege lord or family is threatened, when someone interferes with a deed being done on behalf of the lord, or when the liege's honor is impugned. Okay, this is good to know. Okay, we have then love. By the way, homage is a passion of loyalty, personal loyalty. Then we have love family, which is part of the passions of fervor. The game master and player decide how narrowly or broadly to define the character's family based on the character's history and the campaign story. We'll think about it. A character may invoke love family. With this passion, whenever the family or a member is in danger, or the outcome of an event such as an invasion or battle would put the family in harm's way. Okay. Passion's a late 90s afternoon soap. Hey, by the way, Volpez, that one had some supernatural elements to it, which who does not love that? Then we have the passions of adoration, which we do not currently have any. The passions of civility, and we have hospitality, which is one of our passions of civility. And it says, hospitality is a belief in the social obligation to offer food, lodgings, and safety to visitors without the expectation of payment. No matter your station, your house is sacrosanct. The hospitality passion is invoked by the wronged party when a host or guest breaks hospitality, or when a knight witnesses a violation of hospitality. A knight cannot invoke hospitality if someone attacks their hearth from the outside, but if a guest draws a weapon, then invoking the passion is proper. Likewise, if a guest is attacked by a host, then the guest can invoke this passion. Okay, all right. We also do have honor, which I imagine must be listed somewhere early because it is so very important. Homage, fealty, loyalty, hate, love, adoration, devotion, chivalry, hospitality, station. No. Not there. Well, I suppose we'll find out. You know what? I'm going to just do a quick search for honor, because maybe page 29, we should well, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. This game's going to all be about being a knight. Okay. I can deal with that. Honor and glory. Honor is a measure of the knight's integrity. See if there's any other place. Okay. It's a measure of a knight's integrity, decency, and morality. It is the basis for personal and social conduct, both necessary and virtuous. Honor is inborn and inherent in every noble. It is automatic, so deeply ingrained that it is almost unconscious. Every noble naturally assumes other nobles have honor until proven wrong. It is one's sense of self-worth and the respect that others give. It is the driving force behind all lords, knights, ladies, squires, and esquires. Honor sets nobility apart from all other classes. Churchmen do not need honor, for they are supposed to put the interests of God and the church before their own. Commoners do not need honor, for they have enough difficulty just staying alive. Honor upholds social norms and expectations. Loyalty to Lord, love of family, holding to class rules and bias, and upholding the universal customs of hospitality are all social norms. To violate these norms would be dishonorable. Honor requires that members of a group accord each other mutual respect and act in prescribed ways towards each other. It is dishonorable for a knight to accuse another of cowardice, because courage is a requirement of knighthood. Actions outside of expectations are outside of honor. Interesting. So this actually makes me think about, there are three more little mini paragraphs, I should say. Actually, Honor includes a personal code of integrity, pride, and dignity that, if questioned, requires response. The individual is free to determine some additional aspects of honor, not related to common social consent. A knight may be bereft of land, wealth, lord, and family, have their glory doubted, even be without horse and sword, clapped into a dismal dungeon, but if their honor is intact, they are still fundamentally worthy. Glory without honor is the definition of an unworthy wretch. Without honor, an oath is worth nothing, for without it, the sworn word cannot be trusted. It is conceivable that a knight could cheat and connive, but still maintain their own sense of honor as long as they do not violate the oath of knighthood, but it would be extremely difficult. Yes, there is interesting, right? So we're going to note this, and we're going to think about it, and we're going to think about this. This makes me think about this game as sort of being like Good Society, right? That you're playing a character who's within this construct, this social construct that you have to deal with in some way or another. Okay, so let's see what we get here. It says here, that's what we got. Skills. The final step for customizing your character is assigning points to your skills. As the name implies, skills are what allows characters to accomplish great deeds in the game. Each skill has a default value listed on the character sheet in parentheses. These are not in the digital character sheet, but they are in the non-digital character sheet. Oh, they're listed there already, it looks like. A knight without honor is just a politician. Yeah. Okay, so they're there. All right. These values are increased in a variety of ways as outlined below. Because you are Cymric Knight in training, you add 3 to your charge, horsemanship, and courtesy skills. So let's do that. Let's add 3 to charge, making that a 9. Let's add 3 to horsemanship, making that a 9. And then let's add 3 to courtesy, making that a 10, pardon me. Okay. Let's see. Now, every family has a certain inborn talent for a particular skill. Roll 1d6 and consult this table that's right here, selected family characteristics, to find out where your natural talent lies. Then increase the indicated skill by +3. Well, let's do that then, shall we? Let's roll a d6. And, you know, while we're here, why don't we turn on 3D dice? Because 3D dice are exciting. So let's just do that while we're here. And let me roll a d6. Hello? What do we got? A 2. Okay, we have a 2. No ranks in dancing is going to be my downfall. A 2 says perceptive. We're a perceptive family. Okay. We're a perceptive family. Just, let's see. Lord, distinctive features, Lord, class, culture, religion, homeland, current home, heraldry, motto. We've got some HP and wounds characteristics. We've got some skills, situations, squire, passions, horses, equipment. No way to sort of put this down here at the moment. I'm going to just say, I hate that my family rolled accounting at one point in time. Well, you know, as it is. Okay, let's just put for distinctive features at the moment. Let's put down, we are perceptive. Perceptive family. That's probably why I'm suspicious, actually. That's family. Which is going to give us a +3 to intrigue. Ooh. All right. I'm into it. Let's add to our intrigue and make that a 10. Okay, I'm liking how this is shaping. That's a 33. Okay. All right. Now, distribute 10 points amongst your skills with the limitations outlined below. Oh, I know the Lollygaggers did a playthrough of it about 6 months ago. Oh, of Call of Cthulhu Regency? I've got to run that, by the way. It's a thing I want to run. These personal skill additions represent where you've put your time and attention as you've grown up in court. As with passions, not all skills are useful in every scenario. However, some skills of use only to knights, such as stewardship, are not included in this character sheet. It's in the character sheet, by the way. For each definition of skill, see this one, it's fine. You know, let me see. I believe we have a character sheet in this book, but I'm going to tell you what they have. By the way, what I'm going to do for us right now is if I check this, nothing bad happens, right? Good. I'm going to check the skills. They're in the character sheet in the PDF, right? Which is right there, so that we know which ones are included. They have awareness, courtesy, first aid, folklore, hunting, intrigue, and orate, and religion. And then for battle skills, brawling, charge, two-handed hafted, horsemanship, spear, and sword. That's what they've got here as the ones that they are encouraging us to deal with. So we're going to put our points there rather than somewhere else. Okay. All right. Let's see. Here are our skill limitations. We have 10 points. No skill may be raised above a 15. No skill with a starting value of 0 may be increased. Okay, so if you have a 0 in it, we cannot increase it. Got it? That's fine. And it makes the character sheet Roll20 make sense. The following skills may not be raised above the value of the appeal characteristic at the time of character creation. My appeal is 12. Courtesy, flirting, folklore, intrigue, and orate. Okay. Yeah, why is my religion skill an I don't know why that is. It is unclear to me. But it was, I don't know why it was, but I will say this. You know what? That seems like that was an error on the character sheet itself. Our default religion skill is a 5. Oh, my face is in the way. Here we go. There we go. Should be I just did. Scroll up. You're welcome. So it should be a 5. So I just fixed that. Okay, so we've got 10 points. I feel like... So what do we know? We know that we are known for being energetic. We are valorous, merciful, modest, spiritual, temperate, chaste, forgiving. We are a little reckless and a little suspicious. So I feel like we're going to want to up our... We're going to want to up our brawling, I feel like. We've got 10 points, right? Let's up our brawling to... Ooh. You have to roll under the number on a d20. All right, so we're going to need... We've got 10 points. I feel like our courtesy is good where it is. We're going to need... Let's up our awareness to a 10. So we only have 5 left. And then let's up our horsemanship to a... Yeah, spear. Okay, okay. Let's do spear to... If I do spear to 11... Let's go 10, which gives me 1 more left, which we're going to up our brawling, because that brawling is real bad, to a 7. That's what we got. Okay. All right. Bonuses from your Cymric skill modifiers and family characteristics may raise skills above these limitations. Okay. We're good. So we begin. That's it. That's it. We're gonna just begin. We've done character creation, which is I imagine in full-on Pendragon we'd probably have to buy equipment, but we don't have to worry about it right now. It looks like. Okay. So let us begin. The Adventure of the Sword in the Stone. Sir Ector's manor is built upon the ruins of an ancient hill fort in the country of Penland. The hall, Sir Ector's place of residence, is a grand 2-story stone building with an entrance on the 2nd floor. On this fine autumnal day, with the harvest done and the air getting chillier, you are enjoying a brief respite from your duties with your friend and fellow page, Alis. The two of you are sitting near the warmth of the central hearth, playing a game of improvised drafts using river pebbles, when the main door to the hall flies open. It is your friend, Arthur, Kay's younger brother, and his fine features are lit up with excitement. He beams at you. Kay wants to do a quintain practice, and I asked if you could join us. He said yes. Max says, I believe in full on you start with armor, horse, lance, sword, shield, and squire, right? Because you're a knight. It's interesting. Yeah. Y'all, can't tell you. We'll tell you later. I want to do more gaming. That's all in the end. I leap to my feet. As a page, I'm not allowed to practice martial skills with the squires. Kay, the senior squire of the household, must be feeling magnanimous. The game of drafts forgotten, you and Alis run outside with Arthur. Go to 2. The knight is, if nothing else, a mounted warrior, and the knight is most fearsome on the battlefield as part of the massed mounted lance charge. Against this unstoppable force, few enemies may stand. Learning how to ride your horse at full gallop, holding a heavy shield in one hand and a long wobbly stick in the other, all while maintaining balance and control of the mount long enough to score a meaningful hit against a target without falling off afterward. Yeah. Squires practice their aim with the lance using a device called a quintain. These vary in construction, from simple to elaborate. Sir Ector's quintain is decidedly the former, but it serves its purpose well enough. Crossbeam atop a post is used to hang an iron disc about the size of a man's face. The distance from the ground may be adjusted, but usually, like today, it is hung at the appropriate point where a precise hit is likely to unhorse a knight. The idea is to execute a charge with a lance and try to score a direct hit on the disc, which is molded in such a way that only by striking the very center will a sonorous gong stand out. And here is some lovely art. Lances are spears. I can't remember if they're differentiated or not in Pendragon. I suppose we'll find out. We'll just find out. Let's see what they have to say. Well, I was going to continue reading this box, but no, I will continue reading the box. I'll read number 3, continue reading number 2. But there is a little red call-out box for us to read as well. Yeah, Dr. Pepper, Approach of the Gods. As you run out of onto the top stairs, landing as you run out onto the top stairs landing outside the hall, you see that Kay has set up the quintain and brought a small stack of rebated lances. They're normally lethal points dulled with a cloth bundle. Your excitement dims when you see that he has also brought out a mechanical hobby horse, a 4-wheeled contraption with a saddle on top which must be pulled by 2 others in order to achieve momentum and speed. Kay seems to register your disappointment as you descend the stairs. What? Did you think I was going to get Bishop out for this? Bishop is the name of Sir Ector's charger, a fine war horse who has seen many a battle and bears the scars to prove it. It is enough that the whelp promised to do my chores for a fortnight in exchange for this favor. Arthur looks abashed. Clearly, he did not want Kay to mention this part of the deal. Being an older squire of 17 winters, Arthur has many responsibilities already. Taking on Kay's tasks will mean long hours and sore limbs. There is, at this moment, a small red call-out box called Doing the Right Thing. We're going to read what it is because it might be important. Pendragon often confronts players with dilemmas that are played out using personality traits. The traits on the left-hand side of the column on your character sheet are considered the more positive ones for knights from Britain's mainstream culture and religion. Acting in accordance with these traits is considered benefiting a good Cymric Christian knight, but is not always the right thing to do. Behavior that seems advantageous in the moment may come with a hidden cost later on. Conversely, some sacrifices may be made entirely in vain. Traits of 16 or higher, called famous traits, often compel behavior in accordance with that trait unless you roll under the opposing trait. Other times, you may wish or be asked to roll against 1 or 2 traits to determine a course of action. such as making a valorous roll to confront a terrifying monster, or rolling against temperate and indulgent to see if you overeat at a feast. Over time, acting in accordance with these particular traits raises that value, causing you to act even more so in the future. I see. Actually, I think I've read that before. I think I was reading an earlier version of Pendragon. I do recall this particular kind of balanced trait system and how that might impact your behavior. Okay. Baron just says, "Oh, I love this. It's like being part of the old Disney cartoon." Max is like, "Right? That's how I felt when I played it." Krellin says, "A 17-year-old Arthur is a much older Arthur than the Disney cartoon." Max, I did uncheck those skill boxes. I just did. T.H. White's The Sword in the Stone was my introduction to Arthurian legendary, a legend after I saw the Disney film. Like, yeah. So we've got some Arthurian legend nostalgia going on. So let's see. Okay. We've got blue italicized text, which I think is taking us out of the narrative for a moment. In a situation like this, where you may not be clear how to best respond, you may turn to your traits for guidance. As long as the trait is less than 16, you're always free to choose how to act. However, let us see what the dice have to say this time. This is called a decision roll, and has you rolling against two usually opposing traits. It is usually obvious which traits to roll against once you become familiar with their definitions. In this case, look to just and arbitrary traits. Someone with a high value in just has developed an objective sense of right and wrong, while an arbitrary person allows their own biases or self-interest to influence their feelings. Take 1d20 and roll against the value of your just trait first. All right, so just to ponder this for the moment. A lot of modern gamers don't like the games. It's interesting. A lot of modern gamers don't like mechanics that tell them how they have to behave. I was listening to, this ludonarrative dissidents. They were calling that deprotagonizing, right? Anything that has like fear checks or any kind of check that might make you act a certain way, they would call deprotagonizing, and many modern gamers don't like it. I have no problem with it. It's how the game works. If I'm gonna play a game that has it, I'm gonna do it. I think it's cool. So let's see. I'm gonna roll against my just trait first. Let's see what we get. No modifies value. I rolled an 8, which is a success. Okay. Rolling the value of the trait exactly is called a critical success. Oh, so it's like blackjack rules. You want to get under it, but higher is better, I suppose. If you roll equal to or less than your value, you succeed in that trait. Rolling the value of the trait exactly is a critical success, while rolling a 20 is a fumble. If you rolled a critical success, I did not, put a check next to just on your character sheet. If you fumbled the roll, put a check next to arbitrary instead. As a fumble in one trait is considered an automatic success in the other. If you failed your roll against just, make a second roll against arbitrary. I don't have to do that. As with just, a critical success here grants a check to arbitrary, and a fumble grants a check to the opposite trait. Okay, if you failed both rolls, you must make your own choice. But I succeeded my just. Oh, Rissa, Mist of Avalon, absolutely. And also Excalibur, the film from the 80s, if you remember. Yeah, Mist of Avalon and Excalibur. I think Excalibur first. Yeah. Oh, Camelot. Yeah. Yeah, Excalibur has so many good folks in it. So this is, if we succeeded at just, we go to 3, which we did. We succeeded in just. I feel good about my life. K is 7 years your senior and has at least 2 stone of weight on you, but you feel you must say something. Excalibur was raunchy. Well, I mean, it was the early 80s, late 70s when there were just more boobs in media all the time. You know what I mean? Also, I think it was Italian. I think it was European, so, I still cannot hear Ode to Joy without seeing slow motion battle scenes. Thanks, Excalibur. Yeah, I remember the armor gleaming. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just the way The filming was something that dazzled me as a young person. Camelot soundtrack was on repeat in the house when I was in high school. Where else do I know Camelot? Arthurian Legend. I also know Arthurian Legend from the Deities and Demigods book from D&D. Because picked up Deities and Demigods, later Legends and Lore, was reading through all the pantheons, and of course there was some in there. Armor flare before J.J. Abrams. Yes. I say. If this comes at the expense of Arthur having to do all of your work for you, Kay, then I don't want it. You feel your eyes flash as your heart pounds inside your chest. You would love nothing more than to take a shot at the Quintain, but not at the expense of your friend. Everything is quiet for a moment. You see that Alis has come out of the landing and is watching the whole scene, which makes my cheeks flush bright red. Kay's expression is one of utter bemusement. Fine, he says at last with a shrug. For one fleeting moment, I think I might have won this standoff. I guess this doesn't matter to me. I guess this doesn't matter to you as much as the whelp said it did. Still, it would be a shame to waste my setting up the Quintain. I'll take a few passes with the lance, and you and the whelp can pull me. Wow, okay. Seems rude, but all right. I see. We're gonna just have to deal with that. Nephilim says, I love how Excalibur, they were all were wearing plate armor at the time and nothing underneath it. Even though plate armor wasn't even existing at the time, it's fine. Adam Savage built a set of Excalibur-style armor that was gleaming with a person. Oh, nice. Okay. Kay's rude. He's a bit of a jerk. Yeah, I'm getting that sense that he's a bit of a jerk, a bit arrogant. I feel like some of his personality traits are not what they should be. That's all. I feel like maybe he's not so great with... You know what? I've got some feelings about his traits. That's all. Go to 6. I cannot help but feel dejected. Arthur catches my eye, and as we both move to the front of the hobby horse and gives me an encouraging smile. I can see that he's grateful that I spoke up, which helps lift my spirits. Don't worry, he says. Before you know it, you'll be doing this practice so much you'll wish the Quintain had never been built. By making a just decision against my own best interest, I earn a check to honor. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna put a little check mark on the honor box. Right there. Whoop. Kay hops in the back of the hobby horse, causing its leg to bow alarmingly. He wields the lance, 12 feet long and made from a single piece of ashwood, as if it were a stick. All right, horsey, let's go. He pretends to put spur to horse, and Arthur laughs. From the landing, Alis shouts out words of encouragement. Your leather shoes dig deep into the uneven turf as I pull hard. Even with Arthur's help, this is going to be tough work, and I need slightly different music for this. We're not in Arcadia anymore. Let's go with, maybe Achilles? I don't know. Let me see. Do I like it? No, that's very stately. Let's go with action. This is the cover picture of this scene. Okay. I'm ready. Here we go. Make an unopposed strength roll to see how you fare. To do this, roll 1d20 and compare the result to your strength characteristic as you did with your trait roll. Got it? Remember that rolling the exact value is a critical success, while rolling a 20 is a fumble. Okay, strength. There we go, strength. I'll give it to you there. Strength. No modifiers. Ooh, failure. 19 is a failure. Okay. If I fail, go to 15, which I guess I'll do. It was not a fumble, though. It wasn't a fumble, so... 15. Okay. The grass is still wet with the morning dew, and Kay's bulk is too much for the poor hobby horse to bear. Try as you might, your leather soles slip a few times, and the horse barely trundles forward. Methinks we're going to have to pull this old nag out to pasture, Kay says in the saddle. Move! Move! My face burns with humiliation. How do I feel about this? Roll modest versus proud. You may choose which to roll first. If the first roll's a success, I do not roll the second trait. Place a check next to a successful trait, if any. Okay, modest versus proud. I feel like we're gonna try proud first, because I feel like we don't like, I feel like we're having feelings about K. So let's roll proud first. We succeeded on proud, by the way. We succeeded on proud. Well, okay. We roll proud. We get a check on proud. But we don't like it. We're gonna go to 17. Without warning, the air is split with the blast of a horn. Your petty concerns and the squabbles pop like a soap bubble as you all turn to see the lord of the manor, Sir Ector, riding up from the village of Caer Guy, his household knight, Sir Jonas, riding behind him. Most knights in Britain serve in the household of a lord, thus their name. They're also called bachelor knights, from bas chevalier, low knight. They are nonetheless members of the nobility, and to reach even their ranks puts one in an exclusive group of warriors sworn to defend those who cannot defend themselves and pledge their swords to the service of a nobleman or lady. Sir Ector, an aging knight, looks to be in good humor. He reins his horse to a halt near to where you were practicing and hops down. We don't seem to be in danger, so we can turn that off. Oh, I have word that our king, Marwan, and his court are to pay us a visit in 2 days' time to stay with us through the feast of St. Andrew. Tomorrow we go a-hunting for boar. The king must have a grand feast of welcome when he arrives. Quintain practice is over. A boar hunt is always an event that requires the support of the full household, and you, Alis, Kay, and Arthur, rush to follow Ector into the hall and find out what is expected of you. 18. Today marks the feast of St. Andrew, and the bed, and the morning dawn chill. The morning dawns chill and gray. You rise from your customary... Give myself some Arcadia. I like it. You rise from your customary bed, a soft pile of straw in the corner of the hall that you share with the other pages, and help the squires get the hearth fire stoked up among other menial tasks. Sir Ector is also up and moving about, preparing for the hunt, in consultation with Sir Jonas. Hunting is Ector's favorite sport, and he employs a huntsman, a gnarled old specimen called Glyn, to help him in his efforts. Glyn is up in the hall at dawn, along with Di, the dog boy, to discuss the day's prospects. Considering the season, all agree that boar will be the most likely quarry, but they will not know for certain until they see the tokens. By the way, boar are dangerous. The hunt, you have gathered, has a lexicon all its own, with words like unharboring, fumes, a bay, and so forth. Although you've seen many hunts set out from Ector's Hall, this is to be the first time you are invited along on one. And your stomach is far too unsettled to take the bread and small ale on offer for the morning's fast breaking. Oh my goodness. Arrangements are made, and the hunting party assembles outside the hall. The knights and squires dress in their gambesons, thickly quilted cloth armor that provides some small protection against the beasts of the wild. Each carries a special spear called a boar spear, which features a long, sharp iron head and a sturdy metal crosspiece, positioned about 18 inches down the shaft, and intended to prevent the wild boar from running up the spear and goring the hunter, because boar are really badass that way. Sir Ector has spun fireside tales of companions lost to the savagery of the boar and with its razor-sharp tusks, and my blood runs cold as I think of what it would take to bring down such a wild beast. I walk alongside Di, who has his hands full managing the estate's pack of baying running hounds. To your other side lopes Aran, a great shaggied or wolfhound, who is a great favorite of everyone in Ector's household. He's as big as you, but gentle as a lamb. His presence reassures you, me, for he is as brave and true as any noble knight. The air is fresh from the rains overnight, and as I walk across the vale, The clouds begin breaking up, allowing some golden sunlight through. To the east, I see golden rays reflecting off the surface of Llyn Tegid, the mighty lake that forms the headwaters of River Dee. It is said that beneath its waves lies a sunken city, and some nights I can see the lights of the buildings down in the depths. That's what Kay's always claimed, at least. Arthur and I have snuck out a few times, but I haven't seen anything so far. Anyway, aside from the scattered towns and villages and their farm and pasture lands on Sir Ector's estate, most of the Vale is light woodland, and I'm making for one such patch of forest now. Glyn and his assistants from Cairgai got a head start earlier, and I see them approach bearing the fumes or excrement of a boar as the boar inside the rim of their hunting horns. Now I'm gonna... Let's see. Chew is Gaelic for hound, as in our folklore. Cuchulainn? I always pronounce it Cuchulainn. So Cu, the hound of Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn? Cu. Hard C, right? Max says, I used Llyn Tegid in my Cthulhu Dark Ages game when the party fled to Wales for a winter. Australia says, boar hunting, I'm sure this will be fine. Wait, Trooper, didn't you name your character Robert... You didn't name your character Robert Baratheon, did you? Wait, would that be a bat... Oh. Look, I hope I'm not going to be drunk like Robert Baratheon, who was drunk and also murdered. You know, I'm just saying, drunk. Maybe also drugged. I can't say. It's none of my business. Cuchulainn. Oh, that's pronounced who. Thank you, Hawkeye. Cuchulainn. Cuchulainn. Huh. I should remember that for later, because that's very interesting. All right, let's see. We go to 19. Sir Ector dismounts and confers with Glyn. Most people were drunk in this period because unfermented drinks were unsafe. You know, Krellin, maybe not. In the sense that when I lived in Germany in the 90s, my German friends drank a lot, and they drank a lot every day and a lot more than a lot of Americans did, and stronger beer as well. But they were never super drunk, actually, because they had a very high tolerance. It was normal for them to drink at least a liter of beer a day, at least, probably a couple more, like a liter at lunch, a liter after dinner. Whereas when Americans went to go and drink those things, they just got super drunk and sloppy. And, you know, high thresholds, high alcohol thresholds, and yeah, I'm just noting that, like, if you're drinking a lot of alcohol every single day, I suppose you get pretty functional with that. Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, Sir Ector, we're 19. Sir Ector dismounts and confers with Glyn the Hunter about the best approaches, the location of the boar's lair, and so forth. The air is electric with anticipation. Kay approaches me. I see he's holding a sausage link. Functional, except for their livers. Oh, well, they don't need their livers, though, Australis. Livers are for, like, losers. If you were really tough, you wouldn't need a liver. Psh, or your kidneys. Whatever. Scarydeck says, there's the phenomenon of people who are better at games like pool and darts when they're drinking, because they learned and only play while drinking. Yeah. Oh... Who needs a liver? So he's holding a sausage link. He tears it apart with his teeth and offers me half. You should eat something. Hunts can last all day. Kay does have his moments of compassion. As I eat, he explains the different calls of the huntsman's horn, how it's used to gather the hounds, to signal the other hunters, and to announce the death of the quarry, in addition to sundry other uses. Every night, and Squire carries a horn, for hunts often range over vast distances, and it is easy to get separated. Arthur has drifted over during this conversation as well, listening to Kay while leaning against a spear. You should stick nearby to me and Sir Ector, says Kay. If you get separated, just listen for our call. Once we've taken the boar, you will help bring it back to the hall. Just then, Glyn signals the finding, the opening stage of the hunt, where the beast is unharbored, and the chase begins. The hounds set up a tremendous racket and nearly pull Die off his feet as they begin moving towards the woods. The knights mount up, and Kay and Arthur rush towards the horses as well. And we want maybe a little bit of this. Let's see if we like it. I pulled out some music for us, by the way. No, we don't want that one. We want this one. Here we go. Yes. Speaking of Game of Thrones, real talk, how there's not a Game of Thrones TTRPG. How is there? There is, Australis, there is a Game of Thrones TTRPG. It was done by Green Ronin, and that is the system that Praxagoria is using for Carousel Court. It had 2 editions. I believe they've lost their license, and they made the sort of generic Sword Chronicles out of it. So if you want, and actually I think I have A Song of Ice. I have actually The Song of Ice. I've got a couple of the books. So they have the whole house creation system. I was in a campaign of it as well. So you can actually see if you can get the earlier edition books, or you can get the Sword Chronicles, their sort of generic pull-out, file off the numbers when they lost the license, and still run it in that. But yeah, they've got a bunch of books, and I have them. I just think they're actually not unpacked yet, which I need to finish doing. Anyhow. Let's see. Just then, we did that finding, yes. The knights mount up, and Kay and Arthur rush towards their horses, as well, before Arthur stops, turns, and hands his spear to you. In case you run into any trouble, he says, his face grim. You feel a wave of gratitude wash over you. It is not as sophisticated as a knight's boar spears, but it's better than nothing. Gripping the spear, I break into a trot on foot, keeping up as the knights canter towards the woods. Soon I'm among the trees, the dead leaves of autumn crunching softly beneath my shoes. The bracken and branches are not so bad here, and I keep an eye on the knights as they press ahead, dogs and huntsmen in the lead. It's not long before I hear a blast from Glint's horn. The quarry is found, the chase is on. I see signs of movement deeper in the woods, and go that way, my breath ragged in my throat, and coming out in great white puffs. More horn blasts, now from multiple hunters, dogs barking and howling, echoing among the trees, shouts fading to the distance. I look around. I'm all alone. That seems bad. Red box note, success and failure. Refer back to this page if you forget what some of the various die rolls outcome mean. Okay. In Pendragon, there are 2 types of rolls, unopposed and opposed. Unopposed rolls are a single die roll, d20, against one of your statistics. You will either succeed or fail. If you roll the value of the statistic exactly, it's a critical success. If you roll a 20, it's a fumble, unless your statistic is also a 20. Opposed rolls involve 2 d20 rolls against 2 statistics. Each roll is read the same as an unopposed roll, then the results are compared. If you succeed and your opponent fails, or if you both succeed but your die roll is the higher, that's a win. Blackjack rules. If your opponent succeeds and you fail, that's a loss. If you succeed, but your opponent's die roll value is higher than yours, that's a partial success. If you both fail, mutual failure. If you both roll the same value on the dice, or both roll a critical success, that's a tie. Okay. Got it. We have some blue italics rules text here, folks. Make an opposed roll of your hunting skill versus the boar's avoidance skill of 10. What? You're both trying to succeed at your own roll. Hunting. And roll better than the boar's outcome if he succeeds. Okay. All right, so this is going to be like an opposed roll, everybody. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to be rolling hunting. I have a 5 in hunting, so that's real good. It's real good. I did not put points into hunting. I rolled a 20, which is a fumble. That's great, everybody. That's really good. That's awesome. Okay, fumble, everybody. And then let's just roll the boar's awareness. This is versus a d20. Let me just grab a d20, why don't I? Hey, boar. A 10, which is a critical success. Okay, so I roll a fumble, and the boar rolls a critical success. That seems bad. Yeah, that seems bad. So I am Robert Baratheon. Yep. Okay, so yeah. All right. Yeah. So this is a loss, is what this is. But we're gonna just note that. Okay. Let's see what it tells me. Basti, we hardly knew you. Okay. If you and the boar both succeed, but he rolls better than you, then this is a partial success. Not if you fail your roll and the boar succeeds, it's a loss. You both fail your rolls, it's mutual failure. Rolling a 20 means you have fumbled your roll. That's what happened. It's a loss with a fumble on my... No, I didn't fumble. No, I did fumble. I fumbled and the boar critical succeeded. Okay, that's great. Odds are not good, but that's what happened. For this opposed roll, there is no penalty if you fail or lose your skill roll, apart from the consequences of failing. But this is not always the case. Okay, so... All right, let's see what happens. If I roll a critical success, nope. If I win the roll, nope. If I manage a partial success, nope. If I fail or lose the roll, go to 39. If I fumble, go to 46. So everybody, we're gonna go to 46. 46, everybody. 46. Wandering amongst the misty boughs of the forest, you can only be sure of one thing. You are nowhere near where you should be. No birds sing here. Wait, I have slightly more mysterious music. Let's go with ambush for the moment. That feels more mysterious. No birds sing here. No hares bolt at the sound of your approach. Only endless woods, only endless woodland everywhere I turn. The day is growing long, and a chill fog rises, slowly soaking my hose and tunic. But at last, I spot sunlight. I head for it, grateful at least for the promise of fresh air and a chance to perhaps get my bearings. Yet, as I approach what I now see as a small clearing in the woods, I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I pause at the edge, noting the ring of toadstools that run around the boundary of the clearing, and a small mound of earth in the center. Roll folklore. Failure. I fail. Go to 48. The clearing looks so benign in the afternoon sun, almost inviting. Do you enter? Do I dare enter? Okay, so I have a choice here. I can check Reckless and go to 49, or I can decide to turn back and find Sir Ector and Kay eventually. I'm gonna check Reckless because I decided that I was a little reckless, so I'm gonna check Reckless, everybody. We're gonna find out what happens if I check Reckless. Reckless? I succeed at Reckless. Yep, I put points at Reckless. I'm going to be some Reckless. I'm going to go to 49 for Recklessness. As soon as I step across the ring of toadstools, the clearing erupts in a raucous riot of tinkling laughter and chatter. Tiny, winged folk, not much bigger than a sparrow, dance and cavort around the mound in the center of the ring. The air seems alive with a sparkling, crystalline light I did not notice prior to entering, and the leaves on the trees around me seem much more vivid. In fact, It almost seems as if the trees themselves are laughing along with the wee folk. The creatures notice me immediately, but do not seem alarmed, even though I tower over them. One of them even flutters up to me and proffers its delicate hand. "You look tired," it says, its voice tinkling with cheer. "Accept the gift of our hospitality. Take my hand." If I remembered my nursemaid's tales by succeeding at the folklore roll earlier and wish to ward myself for protection, go to 51, which I didn't. Didn't do that. If I succeed otherwise, roll trusting versus suspicious. I have to roll trusting versus suspicious. And I get to choose which one I start with. I'm going to start with suspicious, and then we'll see what happens. All right. I succeed at suspicious, so I don't need to roll trusting. I believe because I succeeded at one of my personality traits, I check suspicious, right? I get a check on that one. Otherwise, I don't believe we check unless we get a critical success. Don't check it. I believe you do, right? Unless the book says to. I think the crit success is for skills, but let's see. I'm going to check. Because trait rolls. Yeah, I think you have to actually check it for that. Most of the time, the player simply states what they want to do. Sometimes, though, trait roll results. If you succeed, game master may apply modifiers to reflect the demands. Blah blah blah. You must, if you have normal traits, you can do them in any order you want. If you have famous or exalted traits, you must always roll them first. A trait roll that results in critical success or a fumble may provide a bonus later. Character, if you succeed, you act in accordance with the trait. And then you award the experience only if the action is somewhat significant, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, it looks like you get an experience check only if it looks like only if it's a critical success. Or a fumble. Okay. So we're not going to check it. But I did have to check proud. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I am suspicious, though. If I succeed at suspicious, I refuse politely, check the trait, and go to 52. I am well versed in the rules of courtesy and make my best excuses for why I must leave, but this only seems to anger the little ones. They rise up into the air like a swarm of angry bees, buzzing and clicking, their faces turning into the most horrific visages. I stumble back, but they rush at me. I turn and run, stumbling, arms windmilling. I run and run and run, long after the sound of their angry buzzing fades. And then I hear it. The sound of the mort being signaled on the hunting horn. The boar is dead. And now I know which way to go. Go to 53. Be suspicious. Be suspicious. The boar lies dead, its blood soaking into the leaf-strewn ground. The barking and whimpering of the hounds forms a chorus in the background, but they know to hold back. Their reward is soon to come. Sir Ector takes a stout, sharp blade and begins the unlacing of the beast, the first disemboweling it before cutting it into 4 quarters, plus the head. While some of the boar's insides are now thrown to the dogs, while others are set aside for use in the upcoming feast. Kay blows a complex pattern on his horn to signal the conclusion of the hunt. Spirits are high, and there's much laughter and singing as the parts are gathered for transport back to the hall. Arthur and myself hoist a pole between us, from which hang the boar's hindquarters. I arrive back at Sir Ector's hall. I feel like we're okay now, so we can just go back to Arcadia. That's fine. Sure, everything's fine. It's great. I arrive at Sir Ector's hall as the sun begins its descent to the horizon, and a chill westerly wind picks up, blowing great gray clouds across the sky. Within, the hearth fire blazes, and Kay and Arthur and I warm our hands, beaming at each other. Wash up, barks Sir Ector. No time for dilly-dallying. The king arrives tomorrow, and there's much to be done. Whew. Nice, says Max Ryder. I ran into the hermit when I got lost in the woods. Oh, I don't even know a hermit. 54. The morning dawn under patchy rain clouds, and all I want to do is stay snuggled in my bearskin blanket and rest my aching muscles. Roll energetic versus lazy. Absolutely. And I must roll energetic first because I am famous for being energetic. I succeed. If I succeed at energetic, check the trait, which I will do. And get up in spite of my weariness. If I succeed at lazy, that's fine. Regardless of the outcome, I'm soon hard at work, attending to my morning chores. Returning to the hall around sext, which is noontime, I find the household hard at work, laying out the trestle tables and setting up the hall for the grand feast. There is a high table where the king and Sir Ector will sit with their favored guests, and two other tables set perpendicular, forming a rough U shape. As the boar meat roasts over a spit, filling the hall with a mouth-watering aroma, I helped Kay and Arthur in setting up the trestles and benches and laying out fresh hay on the floor. Then Kay, entrusted with his father's keys, retrieves the silver and fine linen from a lockbox in Ector's solar, and the three of us set out service. Sir Jonas, meanwhile, is busy setting up the dresser, the side table where the food is prepared for presentation at the table. With ritualistic care, he sets out the pewter goblets, ewers, and haynaps. He also sets up the aumbry, a special cupboard, where Sir Ector's finest plates are displayed for all to admire. These gold plates, craftily inlaid with pearls and stones, are far too valuable to be used for mere dining. I watch as Ector's tapestries, taken outside for freshening up one final time before the onset of winter, are hung up again. They depict scenes of hunting, of battle, of courtship, and the finer things in life. I have studied these tapestries many times over the years, for they hold the promise of the life ahead of me. A life of honor, glory, and valor. My reverie is broken by Arthur, who runs into the hall. The king approaches! King Mawin of Penland is a young man, dark of hair with steely blue eyes and a scruffy beard just thick enough to cover his chin. He is typical of kings of these parts, more a tribal chieftain and warlord than anything. He has come with a small train of knights, warriors, ladies, maids, attendants, and grooms, all of whom quickly fill the hall. As Sir Ector bows the king into his hall, to the accompaniment of a trumpet fanfare, I have music for this. Give me a moment. We have a king. I just picked things I thought would be very Arthurian. As Sir Ector bows the king into the hall to the accompaniment of trumpet fanfare, offering him rose water to wash his hands and face, my gaze falls upon the most remarkable of the king's entourage. A dirty runt of a boy, dressed in goat skins, a herder by the looks of him. He catches my gaze, winks at me, then disappears amongst the throng. Oh. My attention is drawn by Sir Jonas, who serves as Ector's steward, an officer who oversees the estate's food, fields, and flocks. He's doling out assignments for the pages and squires. Roll courtesy. If my lazy trait succeeded earlier, I get a -5, but I'm fine. Let's roll some courtesy, why don't we? Why don't we? Ooh, okay, courtesy. Failure. Failure. If I fail, I go to 58. Sir Jonas looks me up and down. Kitchen duty, I think, he says dismissively. Kitchen duty? Ever has this been my fate, and I know that it means lots of hot, sweaty, thankless work, all while getting barked at by Reese, Surrector's disagreeable cook. I leave Kay and Arthur to serve at the table and make for the kitchen, which is on the ground floor, separated by the stone exterior wall to prevent the spread of fire in case of an accident. I find Reese and his kitchen boys hard at work, laboring over a variety of bubbling pots. Aylis and myself are to deliver the finished dishes to the hall and lay them out on the dresser. Right on cue, Reese starts shouting orders at me. "Mark that you keep your grubby little fingers out of it too," he barks, as I heft a charger or large platter onto my shoulder. Deftly, I navigate the stairs up from the kitchen, Aylis ahead of me, but a devilish thought gives me pause. I know that I will not be getting any of this food until the end of the feast, when it is cold and congealed. Perhaps I should sneak a little bite of this tasty boar's meat and gravy. Perhaps I should do such a thing. Roll my temperate versus indulgent traits. We're going to go with temperate first. Failure! Okay. Okay, now let me roll my indulgent. Let's see how this goes. Also a failure. Okay. I failed both, actually. So I get to decide for myself, but I do not receive a check. Okay. I'm not gonna be indulgent. I'm gonna wait, because I feel like that cook is terrible. So we're not gonna indulge, because I'm not particularly indulgent. I'm fairly temperate, so we're gonna go with that. We're gonna go with temperate, but I don't get a check. 59. I shake the devil away and keep moving. This is a royal feast. No time to be messing about. In fact, I redouble my efforts and make sure to get my dishes to the dresser while they're still piping hot. I watch as Sir Jonas serves at the high table, presenting the finest cuts of meat and the upper crust of the fresh-baked parsley bread to the king and his lord. Once he finishes, he approaches me. "You acquitted yourself well. I suppose I must have misjudged you." Go to 57, but I get no check, by the way. My spirits soar as Sir Jonas tells me that he thinks I have grown courteous enough to serve at the table. I stand by as food is brought out by the other pages from the kitchen and laid on the dresser. The roasted boar's head, its mouth stuffed with the small russet apples native to Penland, is the centerpiece of the high table. My job is to prepare and serve hippocras, a hot spiced wine popular during the colder months. I have done this before for Sir Ector at Yuletide, and I go about my new duty with practice ease. Having filled a pitcher, I begin moving amongst the knights and ladies, who keep me very busy filling their cups. The aroma of the food already out on the table is intoxicating, and my stomach grumbles resentfully. I know that I will have to wait until after the feast for my portion, but this is cold comfort as my eyes water over roasted boar and ginger sauce, marrow fritters, meat jellies, formed into the shape of Sir Ector's coat of arms, lampreys and sauce. By the way, lampreys are super creepy looking. Look them up. Lampreys are super creepy looking. They look murderous. Custard tarts, almond omelets, herb fritters, sliced cheeses, and haslet, the roast entrails and genitalia of the boar. Oh, I need some sort of distraction from all this food. Do I wish to try and impress the nobles of King Malwan's court? Go to 64. Or do I prefer to eavesdrop on the conversation at the high table? If so, go to 69. Yeah, Cthulhu is lamprey with legs. Super creepy. I'm going to eavesdrop, is what I think I'm going to do. Because trying to impress them seems like it would be too bold. But, you know, getting some info seems like it wouldn't be bad. Let's go to 69. Number 69. Whew, lamprey, so creepy. As I move amongst the revelers, I do my best to stay invisible. This is what is expected of a page serving at a table, of course, but it also allows me to eavesdrop on the conversation of various lords and ladies. Most of the talk seems to be centering on some sort of upcoming event in Londinium. Make an unopposed intrigue roll to find out what I overhear. Luckily, I have a 10 in intrigue, so I might find out something. Let's roll it. Failure. Dang it. I fail. I go to 72. Surrector, will you fight in the Londinium tournament? My mind wanders as Surrector gives his answer. Tournament? Is that where knights pretend to fight each other? Anyway, what of it? Londinium is so far away that it may as well be Rome or Jerusalem. Go to 74. It has been a month since I left home in the company of Surrector, Sir Kay, and Arthur, and for the entire time, I've endured chill wind and rain, blowing snow. Looks to me like we're going to this tournament, as it turns out, that I was not paying enough attention to. That's fine. I've endured chill wind and rain and blowing snow, leaving me wet, cold, and miserable. I have thought often of home, dreaming of the warmth of the hearth and good company. Alis made me promise to tell her of the sights of Londinium, so I have that much to look forward to when I return home, at least. One month later, my journey began on the rough trail that follows the course of the River Dee, out of Penland to the City of Legions. I did not linger long in that thriving seaport, with its merchants and travelers from all over the world, or so it seemed to me, before turning southeast along the old Roman road to the kingdom of Cameliard. At Carohé's castle, I turned south and entered the great kingdom of Logres, passing over the Chiltern Hills and through the Roman cities of Corinium and Silchester. One moment. I don't want ambush. We don't need that. We want some Arcadia. I believe I might have a map here for us. Give me one moment. Do I have a map? Oh, I do. I do have a map. Shall we perhaps look at a map together, all of us? Britain in the time of Arthur Pendragon. Here's the north. Here's Cumbria. Logres. So we have... What do we have here? Perhaps we have something... There's Logres, there's Heartland, there's Londinium. I wonder where we started. I bet we started around here, perhaps. Let's see. We began on the rough trail that follows the course of the River Dee out of Penland to the City of Legions. Northern Wales, northern central Wales. So here's Cardigan Bay, Gomert, the Hill Tribes, Cheshire, City of Legions. Right here is the City of Legions. So we followed that place. I wonder where we started. Pass. Cameliard. All right. Rough trail that follows the course of the River Dee out of Penland to the City of Legions. I'm going to just get a little bit closer here. All right, there's the City of Legions. Here's the River Dee. Here's the Hill Tribe. So I imagine we must be in here somewhere. This must be where we're from. Right about here, I imagine. The lake. There's the lake right here. Yes. So we traveled this way. Yeah, Lynn Teggett. Here it is, right here. So we traveled along this route up to the City of Legions. Did not linger long before turning southeast along the old Roman road to the kingdom of Cameliard, which is here. At Carohé's castle, which is right here. Hello, Carohé's castle. Whoop. Put us over there for the moment. Carohé's castle. We turned south and entered the great kingdom of Logres, which is here. I purchased the Wales supplement for the old Pendragon game for my Dark Ages game. Entering Wales, good stuff. Oh, nice. Savage Mountains is the name of it. Oh, that's very cool. passing over the Chiltern Hills and through the Roman cities of Corinium and Silchester. So here is Stafford. Here's Logres. We're looking for... We went south. Tewkesbury. There's Carroways. We need Corinium and Silchester. Well, we'll have to find it, won't we? Is west by southwest of London. Well, Londinium is over here. Here's Silchester, and here's Corinium. So we traveled all the way from here, Stafford, Carroways, down this road to Corinium here, and then over to Silchester here. The latter part of the journey has been unsettling, like riding through enemy territory, since, thanks to the constant threat of Saxon raiders in this region. Since the defeat of King Nantleod of Escavalon at the Battle of Netley Marsh 2 years ago, the Saxon kings of the southeast coasts have grown increasingly bold. Sir Ector has had plenty to say about the current political situation during our journey. What I've managed to absorb is that fractious warlords of Britain are doomed to fall one by one to the ambitious Saxons, that the land is in desperate need of a leader who can unify everyone. Nantleod was the last and best hope for someone to accomplish this by force of arms. Now, by mutual agreement, a tournament is to be held at the old capital city of Londinium on the border of the Saxon kingdoms. The winner, it has been agreed, will be named High King, with great expectations to bring the Saxons to heel. Okay, these cursed Saxons. Oh, well, okay, let's see. Last night, I slept in the stables of Castle Staines, which is right here. Here is Castle Staines, if you want to know it. It's a cool map, by the way, just thought you might want to know it. Where I was surprised to find the steward in service to Sir Ulfius, the famous Duke of the Vale, was himself a Saxon. Ector explained to me that the Saxons of the county of Berwick have long been allies of the Cymri, my people. Okay. It is the kings and warlords, Saxon and Cymri alike, who visit so... By the way, will somebody tell me how to pronounce this? Because I feel like... I know this is Wales, right? I know that that's Wales, and I know there's a way to pronounce it. Someone tell me how that is pronounced. Is it Wales? Is that how you pronounce it? If the C is a W sound, as in Huhalane, the Y could be like an A, and maybe the M is an L. Cymri? Or, because I feel like, and if, is pronounced Camry in the south, and where they go with that's a schwa, Cymry, it's the schwa sound, Cymry. It's the kings and the warlords, Saxon and Cymry alike, who visit so much woe upon our lands. Cymry, yeah. He said with a sigh, staring into the hearth fire of the great hall at Staines. Arthur and myself listened attentively. The Saxons have their own style of high king, which they call Bretwalda. Their kings fight among themselves as much as they fight us. And our own counts and dukes, inheritors of our proud Cymric and Roman traditions, lay siege to each other's castles, or usurp thrones from those too weak to hold their claim. Everyone scrambles for the prize, and for what? Power and wealth? That's all they care for. Go to 75. I really hate that Wikipedia decided to start posting pronunciation in IPA and thus making people not know how to pronounce things anymore. I suppose we'll just have to learn IPA. I guess. I suppose the reason why IPA is because not everyone pronounces, like, otherwise we'd be doing what? In American? Like, uh, phonetics based on an American way of saying things, and that might not be read by people who are Australian. But I don't want to learn IPA. But do you want to drink an IPA, Krellin? That's the question. I actually don't want to drink an IPA because I don't like beer or bitter things. This morning, I was already on the road when the sun came up, and the day dawned cold, but clear, over frost-rimmed fallow fields and woodland. It is around midday when I first catch sight of Londinium, situated on the mighty River Thames, the greatest city in all of Britain. Its stout Roman walls present an impressive edifice, and within, I see countless rooftops, towers, and church spires, as well as the truly magnificent Basilica of St. Paul. Now, there is, I see, a map. By the way, this is Carillon. I don't know where. This seems Camelot. Oh, well. Oh, here we go. Here's Silchester. And there's Londinium. So this is the area of this particular adventure. Nice, lovely. But I noticed there's also a map of Londinium that is for the second adventure, which is not us, but I don't care. So this is Londinium, 510 AD. We've got the walls. We've got, Fleet Street. That's where Sweeney Todd used to hang out, but much later. The Thames. Where's our St. Paul's Cathedral, which is right here. Yeah. Termination shock. I'll drink Krellin and Max's Troopers IPAs. Are you German? Otherwise you're gonna get drunk. I'm just telling you. How can so many people live so close together? Asks Arthur in wonder, echoing my thoughts. Several Roman roads feed into Londinium. The one I'm on, Watling Street, which is this one right here, I love a good map, forms the northern boundary of the grounds marked out for the big New Year's tournament. I see a veritable town made of tents, riotous in color, hosting many of the visiting knights and lords due to fight on the morrow. The excitement in the air is palpable. Watling Street passes through the city walls at Newgate, which, despite its name, is centuries old. Riding beneath the gate, I note a niche in the apex of the arch. A carven relief depicting the Trojan hero, Coryneus, overthrowing the giant Gogmagog. Sir Ector told me this story during my journey, and I reflect that ever since the arrival of Brutus and the Trojans, Britain has seen many waves of invaders from across the sea. Shaken from my reverie by the sight of the street beyond the gate, buildings as high as 3 stories. Can you imagine? Crowd in front of either side, and in the street itself, throng men, women, children, horses, asses, dogs, pigs, all what seem a great swirling tumult of jostling, shouting, squealing, braying racket. "Okay, go see about the lodgings, there's a good lad," says Ector, seeming a bit overwhelmed himself. "We'll wait for you in the courtyard of St. Paul's, just ahead." There's little need for Ector to point out the location of the famous cathedral, for it is easily the greatest structure in the city, dwarfing even the citadel of the White Tower and Lud's Castle, the 2 great Roman stone forts on the banks of the Thames. Sir Kay and Arthur carefully guide their mounts through the throngs as Ector and myself make for the cathedral. As soon as I enter the courtyard, the noise and chaos of the city seem to fade. I dismount, grateful for an opportunity to stretch my sore muscles, and then begin tending to the horses. I've barely started on my tasks when Sir Ector calls me over to some sort of monument erected right outside the cathedral's massive front doors. As I approach, I see a strange marvel. A great stone block surmounted by an anvil. Driven into the anvil is a sword, still bright and sparkling in the sunshine. Sir Ector brushes aside a bit of snow on the shaded side of the block and points to some letters carved in the rock. Like most members of the knightly class, I lack clerical education and therefore I do not know my letters. Nor does Sir Ector, for that matter, but he has heard others tell of the inscription's words. It says something like, "Only the true king can pull me forth," or words to that effect. Many knights, including the best in the land, have tried, but all say that it will not budge in the slightest. We're going to hold this for a second. I'm going to catch up on chat before we go to the next section. I bet that's based on a year 1000 Saxon Mac of Londinium, says Max. I think you're probably right. Termination Shock, by ancestry, partially, also Scottish and Irish. That means you probably can drink all the alcohol, Termination Shock. Nephilim says, I write all my pronunciations in DDHIPA, double dry hopped international phonetic alphabet. Yes. Brutus and the Trojans, someone failed their ancient history course. Yeah. What kind of madman builds a third story? Asks Sterling. I don't even know. Who could imagine? Max says, everything's up to date in Kansas City. They've gone about as far as they can go. They went and built a skyscraper 7 stories high, about as high as a building ought to grow. What could it be? Termination Shock says, I remember when I was in Santa Fe, there was an ordinance prohibiting buildings above 4 stories. Probably wise, given the construction was largely adobe. In many neighborhoods in San Francisco, you actually can't grow very tall either. Outside of this downtown, at least when I was growing up there, in my neighborhood, the Richmond just didn't have many tall-storied buildings. There's a real lack of that, which is partly why the rent is so expensive in San Francisco, because zoning is fairly intense there. Name drop, the inventor of the Sword of the Stone. Okay. We have a note here. Kay gets his spurs. Kay realized his great ambition on St. Andrew's Day. This is how it happened. This is like, I think, a side note for us. King Malwan took up position at Sir Ector's hall, garbed in his finest cloak and tunic, his court assembled behind him. Arthur, myself, and the rest of the household lined up near Sir Ector, who looked almost as nervous as Kay. The man of the hour stood, pale and resolute, in full armor. On his left arm he bore a shield, while on his right arm he held his helm. He wore neither sword nor spurs. The king called Kay forth. Kay handed his helm and shield to his father and stepped up. My people. Let's go with this one. This feels more appropriate for this moment. My people, I am so pleased to be here on this holy day to see such a worthy young man join the ranks of glorious knighthood. Squire, tell me your name. Kay, sire. Have you come before me, shriven of your sins and ready to take upon a new life? Aye. Then take this, the last blow you shall ever suffer without recourse. With that, King Malwan slapped Kay hard across the chops. The sound reverberated through the hall, and you saw one of Kay's fists start to clench before he mastered himself. Kneel before me, Zod. Kneel before Zod. Kneel before me, Kay. As Kay kneeled, Sir Jonas stepped forward with a sheathed sword. Do you acknowledge me as your true and rightful liege? Yes, sire. Do you pledge homage and fealty to me and swear your sword to me to be forever at my service? I do so pledge. Malwan unsheathed the sword and touched the blade to each of Kay's shoulders. Then I dub thee Sir Kay, and give this my sword to you, to be wielded in my name. Arise, Sir Knight. The king belted Sir Kay's sword about his waist as Arthur, now Sir Kay's squire, moved forward to attach his spurs. Sir Ector then gave back the shield and helm. Sir Kay turned to face the rest of the hall and everyone cheered. Afterward, he demonstrated his prowess by leaping into the saddle of his charger in full kit without the use of stirrup or rein. The whole affair was topped off with another wonderful feast. There was one other change that day. With Kay no longer a squire, Sir Ector was in need of a new one, and so I was promoted as well. Oh, yeah, the earthquakes also, the zoning and the earthquakes. Plot twist, the sword is named Mjolnir. Yep. If memory serves, it was less the earthquake and more the broken gas lines that did in San Francisco. Oh, we've had so many earthquakes, and it wasn't always broken gas lines. That did the fires, but like in 89, entire buildings collapsed. Just whoosh. Mjolnir, the Frohammer. The end? Good ending? So I have to now decide if I want to encourage Sir Ector to pull the stone, or if I'd like to try pulling it myself. I think I'm going to try pulling it myself because I'm a little bit reckless. Right? Go to 77. As Sir Ector strolls over to examine the relief carvings around the doors of the cathedral, I approach the sword in the stone. With a quick look around, I reach out and take hold of the hilt. The white leather wrapping feels cold in my hands. I pull as hard as I can, but what Ector said is true. It feels like the sword is fused with the great iron block of the anvil. That was mighty presumptuous of you. Check proud and go to 78. Yeah, I can. It's fine. I'm allowed to check proud. That's not a big deal. Come on. I will check proud. I've already checked proud, so there. We're gonna learn some things about me, apparently. Let's see. 78. Sir Kay enters the courtyard. I found an inn with a room available. Last one in Londinium, or so the old crone who runs the place claimed. Father, I think every knight in Britain has come for this tournament. Kay's eyes are bright with excitement, and as the shock of the city has begun to wear off, I can understand why. Save for Rome and Jerusalem, Londinium must be the greatest city in the world. The excitement is infectious. I help lead our mounts through the streets to the inn stables, then get them unpacked and settled in, and report back to Sir Ector outside the inn itself. Yeah, I expect you'll be wanting to see the city then, he asks. Take the afternoon to explore, but mark that you are back by supper time. I cannot believe my fortune. He hands me 2 silver pennies. Just in case you find a souvenir, haha, he says with a wink. I have a few hours to myself in one of the world's greatest city capital, one of the world's greatest city capitals. What would I like to do? Oh, well, I have some choices. I hope that for that poor horse's back's sake, he wasn't wearing full plate when he jumped on his back. Full plate should not have been invented yet, so I think he couldn't have been. Oh, please, London was a quaint piece of shit backward, even in Roman times, says Krellin. Well, but I mean, we don't know that. We think that it's like the best city in the whole world. We should make Londinium great again. So if I want to examine the tournament grounds outside the city, I go to 91. If I would prefer to wander the streets for a bit, go to 79. Ooh, tournament grounds or streets? I think we're going to go to the streets. We're going to go to the streets because we're not going to be able to ride in the tournament, as far as we know. Might as well just see what's there. Let's go to the city. The city beckons. Where to? Visit the Citadel of the White Tower. Check out the Dowgate Market. Stroll through the city's Jewish quarter. Visit the field of Pendragon, where the head of the god lies buried outside the walls. Or if I already visited 2 of these sites, okay, first off, we're going to have to visit the field of Pendragon, where the head of a god lies buried outside the walls, right? Because that seems like super intense. So we have to do that. I feel like I, as a player, would want to choose, since we can only do 2 things, I would want to choose a different one than that one. But I think my 14-year-old squire is going to want to go see where a god's head is buried. So we're going to go to 87. During my journey, Sir Ector spoke briefly of a field outside the city walls called Pendragon. The druids and pagans say the head of the old god Bran lies buried there, he said, looking uncomfortable with what he clearly felt was borderline blasphemous talk. He spoke no more of it during the trip, but I resolved to take a look for myself if possible. I pass by the massive Holy Trinity Priory and through Aldgate. A passing crofter points me in the right direction, and soon I find myself standing in a small meadow. The battlements of the White Tower look down on me from the south, flocks of ravens circling above the ancient citadel. There's nothing terribly remarkable about this spot. Had I not heard of it, I would never have suspected there was something special about this field. I'm not the only one here, though. Through the chill air, I hear the strumming of a harp, clear and lovely. Looking around, I see a man of early middle years sitting under the boughs of a small oak tree growing at the edge of the field. He wears a fine woolen cloak woven in a checked pattern. He seems lost in the melody he's plucking out on the harp. If I wish to approach the man, go to 88. If I wish to head back in the city, go to 89. I am absolutely approaching the man 100% because, obviously, contact will be Rome or Jerusalem. Sounds like heresy. The Emperor protect... Yep. I approach the man, who looks up as I draw near, though he does not cease playing. He seems friendly and invites me to have a seat beside him. The melody changes as the man begins to sing a haunting dirge. His song tells of Bran, lord of the pagan underworld, whose life is full of marvels, but who saved the greatest marvel for his death. In his last fight, Bran was mortally wounded, but rather than despair, he gave his friends strange instructions to cut his head off and bury it just outside of Londinium. He prophesied that no invaders could harm Britain as long as the head remained buried there. Thus, his friends decapitated him and set his head at a table like an honored guest. For 7 years, the wondrous head entertained them with songs, stories, and riddles. They did not perceive the passing of time. Thus, they failed to comply with Bran's request. Then his 6 companions regained their senses. As ordered, they buried Bran's head outside of Londinium, where it lies to this day. If I wish to give the bard one of my silver pennies in thanks for his performance, check your generous trait. I will do that. We're going to pay our artists. With his song concluded, the man stands, gives me a friendly nod, and walks across Pendragon, disappearing through a bank of hawthorn trees on the far side. Check folklore. Nice. And go to 89. We're back at 89. The city beckons. Do I wish to continue exploring it? Remember that I have to be back in time for supper. If so, go back to 79. If I've been here before, check Reckless. I've not. Otherwise, we're gonna go to 79. We're gonna explore the city a little bit more because I want to go to the Jewish quarter. Toss a coin to my bard. So I just have, let's go to the Jewish quarter. 84. Londinium is a cosmopolitan city. Indeed. Sir Ector mentioned that the city even has its own Jewish quarter, and that I have come to see for myself. As I walk the streets of the quiet streets of the quarter, I realize that my half-formed expectations of seeing some kind of slice of the Holy Land here in Londinium were woefully naive. This looks much like the rest of the city, perhaps a bit more prosperous than some quarters, but otherwise unremarkable. The people on the street speak the same language as I, wear the same clothes, seem to be much the same. As I stand taking all this in, Max, you went to the field, but you think to the tournament grounds as well? I don't think I had the choice of doing both. As I stand taking all this in, I'm startled by the splash of water right next to me. Soapy bathwater. Looking up, I see the face of a horrified young woman looking down at me. Moments later, she rushes out of the house. I cannot apologize enough, she says, genuinely remorseful. How can I make it up to you? Choose between or roll forgiveness versus vengeful. I may choose which to roll first. If I succeed at the first roll, do not roll the second. Oh, I am super forgiving and not very vengeful, so I'm just going to choose forgiving. Choose or succeed at forgiving, check that trait and go to 85. I don't think I need to roll on that one because I'm a very forgiving person and I'm not going to be mad at some woman who just dumped some water near me. That's just too much. Let's go to 85. I assure her that there is no use getting so upset over such a simple mistake. But the maiden, who introduces herself as Joyette, insists on inviting me inside. My father was just calling us to the midday meal, and I insist you would break bread with us. Over my protestations, Joyette leads me into the townhouse, where I meet her father, Samuel, as well as her 3 siblings. An hour later, I leave with my belly full of delicious food, promising to pay a visit whenever I'm back in the city. Check hospitality. I just did. And go to 89. Go back. The city beckons. Do I wish to continue to explore it? Remember, I have to be back in time for supper. I have done 2 things, so I'm going to just go on. Otherwise, I'm just going to go and take a look at the... do I want to continue exploring it? No. Not reckless. Well, wait a minute. Sorry, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Not so fun fact. England expelled all Jews in 1290. Yeah. By the way, I realize that I'm only 11 reckless. I'm going to make a check, everybody. I'm going to roll to find out which one I do because the game lets me do that. So let's find out. Let's see what we do. I'm going to start with reckless first to see if I do the reckless thing. Reckless? Am I reckless? I'm not reckless, so let's try prudent. I get to choose. I will choose the prudent choice and take a look at the tournament grounds. 91. To the east of Londinium proper, between Watling Street and Fleet Street, a large area of untilled fields has been marked out for the big New Year's tournament. The concept of a tournament was the subject of much debate between Sir Ector and Sir Kay on the journey here. It's something new, something unfamiliar, and so Sir Ector is naturally suspicious. 'Tis but a Frankish thing, a custom from the continent. He would sniff derisively. No substitute for a proper battle. You use blunt weapons, you know. There's the challenge in that. By the way, you can see here where J.R.R. Martin gets, where he pulled from for Game of Thrones. Which means I suppose you could probably also play Game of Thrones in Pendragon. Well, we use blunt weapons when we practice at home, Kay would counter. I'm rather looking forward to the opportunity to go up against some of the greatest knights in Britain without having to risk life and limb. Sounds like a jolly good fun. Besides, we do enough of the real thing. Too much if you ask me. These tournaments, if they catch on, could be a good way for us to work out our aggressions without having to go to war all the time. Now, walking the grounds, I spot several interesting sights to explore. Is there honor in Game of Thrones? The game itself? I don't think so, but I think there's probably a merit, like an honorable merit. So it isn't its own stat, but I believe that there is an honorable merit that would give you a bonus. Now, walking the grounds, I spot several interesting sights to explore. Honor is super important in Pendragon. Anything like that in the stories? Game of Thrones is a lot less idealistic. It's a lot more people think they're honorable, but maybe they're not. You had some honorable people in Game of Thrones. Most of the time they got murdered, though, because that was maybe not a good idea. There were certainly honorable people in Game of Thrones, and many of them were murdered. Or caused things to be perhaps... They were rigid sometimes, I feel like part of Game of Thrones, spoiler, but book 1, When Ned Stark, the King of the North, well, sorry, the Lord of the North, the Warden of the North, very honorable, gets murdered, like the protagonist who we think we're going to follow through the entire series, he gets killed in book 1 because his honor involved him making some decisions that I would not have personally made because they were not smart decisions. They were honorable, but they got him killed. So, yes. Yeah. I mean, so long as isn't Lannister. Yeah. Yeah. So, looking at the tents, I note several well-known standards flying from tent poles. Perhaps I might encounter a famous knight while walking the aisles. Then there is the market, where I see vendor stalls and some kind of entertainment taking place. Judging from the shouting and cheers, as well as the barking of large dogs, I would guess it is a bull baiting contest. Lastly, and more curiously, I spot a corral filling with squires armed with staves. If I did not know any better, I would say that a fight is about to break out. Go to 92. Where would I like to go? Take a stroll amongst the knights' tents? Go to 93. Check out the market and animal fights? Go to 96. To see what's going on with the squires in the corral, 103, which is absolutely what we're going to do. If I've suffered an injury and require treatment, go to 120. I haven't. If I've seen enough for the day, go to 121. I'm absolutely going to go because I'm a little bit reckless. Little bold, little proud. We're going to go to the squires, 103. Yeah. As you approach, I would say they talk about honor a lot in Game of Thrones, the book series, but talking about it and doing it are a little bit different. But they're absolutely characters who value basically chivalry and honor very highly. And some of them get murdered. Some of them need to compromise, and some of them sort of stick to it, but their lives are very hard. And then some people are not honorable, and they get cursed. You know, the people who are not honorable, they may seem like they're winning, but they often don't win either. They often also, a lot of people die. Game of Thrones has a lot of people being dead, is what I'm trying to tell you. There's a lot of death and murder in that one. Yeah. I'm going to go, what I'm doing, I'm on 103, is that what I'm doing? I'm looking for 103, is that right? Am I lying? Squires in the corral, 103, that's it. As I approach the corral, I see many knights gathered around the fence, laughing and yelling encouragement to the squires within. I tug at the mailed sleeve of a nearby knight, and I ask what's going on. Why, this is the cohort. This is the bohort. Chance for squires of a bit of fun, bashing each other with sticks. You should join. If I would rather not get knocked about, check prudent and go back to 92. Otherwise, check reckless and get ready to join by going to 104. I'm absolutely going to check reckless. Absolutely, 100%. I'm already edging towards reckless anyway. And I was already prudent earlier, and I have to get a little bit of recklessness in. 104. I run to the inn and grab my gambeson and helmet, donning them as I hustle back to the tournament grounds. Change in music. Let's get some action. By the time I arrive, the bohort is underway. I clamber over the fence, and a knight hands me a quarterstaff. No sooner have I turned to face the field than a much older, larger squire is coming right at me, his staff raised on high. Okay. You said squires, I went to market. Speaking of Game of Thrones, what do people think of House of the Dragon? Is it more early GOT, the good or late GOT, i.e. the Terrible and Rush? I don't know, actually, because I've not seen it, so I can't say. Okay, the quarterstaff is a versatile... Oh, I should say this in I should say these parts in the voice of the tutorial narrator in video games. The quarterstaff is a versatile weapon and functions unlike others in that you get to choose which skill you wish to use to wield it in combat. You may wield it like a spear, making jabbing motions with the tip, like a sword, holding one end with both hands, or as a two-handed hafted weapon, with your hands positioned approximately 1/4 of the way from each end. How you wield it determines which skill you roll against. As indicated, how much damage you do. You may change grips in between combat rounds if you wish, with no penalty. The spear grip is best when you're using a shield, which you do not have here, and so there's little point to using this grip today. The sword grip is best for inflicting the most damage, and the two-handed hafted grip is best for a balance between damage and protection. Go to 105. Okay, I like this. Fights, 105. Fights are divided into a series of combat rounds. Each is a short, elastic unit of time, basically the time required to think of and perform one action in melee. Melee rounds continue in succession until everyone is done fighting, either through incapacitation, death, surrender, or flight. Once you've decided on your grip, make an opposed roll against the appropriate skill based on your grip versus your opponent's sword skill of 10. And that is the grip he has chosen and will be using throughout the combat. So I have a 10 in spear, a 6 in two-handed hafted, and a 6 in sword. So we are going to be using it like a spear, which is more defensive. But that's what we're doing, everybody. We're doing spear, just for the record. All right, I roll spear. I get a success with a 4. My opponent is going to roll, I'm gonna just roll the spear again, but this is for them, right? But they're rolling sword. And they roll, because they have a 10. A failure. That's a success for me. That's a success, right? Because, yes, that's a... Wait. I believe that's just a full success for me, right? That's just a full success. Because there's a thing about partial successes, which... What page am I on, by the way? Hold on. I just lost my page because I'm the worst. I think, give me a moment, I probably have a small bit of success and failure, modifiers and critical bonuses. Great. Here we go. Success and failure. Opponent succeeds. If you succeed, okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. So here's the thing. There is a chart, and what's cool about, since I have it on the Roll20, the chart is actually just a handout in the handout section of Roll20, so I can just go directly to it without having to sort of change through pages, which is very nice. I feel very good about that. So I succeed, the opponent fails, I win. It's a win. Good times for me, bad times for them. So let's see what it says. Okay. If I win, go to 107. I managed to weave past my opponent's defenses and connect. The squire grunts in pain. There is a note here. I may choose to withhold the force of my blow, it's called withholding damage, by rolling fewer damage dice. I must make this decision prior to rolling against my weapon skill, which I did not do. Bonus damage dice from critical successes may not be withheld. Make a note of the number of combat rounds I withhold damage dice, as this will figure into my score at the end of the adventure. Note that my opponent in this fight will never opt to withhold damage dice. By the way, I did not read that beforehand, but I would say that I would withhold damage dice. So I'm going to withhold damage dice for this round. I had to decide beforehand, but I didn't know, saying it now. So, my damage depends on the skill I used in this combat round. For spear, inflict brawling damage. For sword, brawling damage plus 2d6. For two-headed hafted, brawling damage plus 1d6. So, my opponent is wearing a gambeson and open helm, which gives him 5 points of armor protection. If he succeeds with his skill roll, he also gains 2 points of parry protection, which he didn't. Subtract his total army and parry protection values from my roll damage, then reduce his hit points by the difference. He starts with 30 hit points, has a major wound value of 15, and an unconscious value of 8. Remember that if he takes more damage than his major wound threshold, or is reduced below his unconscious threshold, the fight is over. Okay, well, I get to roll a d6. I get to roll my brawling damage. Hi, brawling damage. Let's go. Golly. 5, which does no damage. Because it's taken up by his... by the way, I need a die. I'm going to use this die as a counter for how many rounds. So we're going to start off thinking like everything is cool. Let's use a D12. They've got good big numbers. That was round 1. Dice are so great. Australis plays, this is Scabinak. I think House of the Dragon Season 1 quality is not as good as the early Game of Thrones, but definitely better than its last couple of seasons. They do a time skip early on, which switches a bunch of the actors that made the early part of the episode somewhat difficult to follow for me, since it was early in the season while I was still learning the names. That's fair. Okay, so I come forward, and like, he tried to come in and weaves, and I do like a big jab right to his chest, and it hits the Gabison, and all the force is what's the word? Is absorbed by his Gabison. So that's great. Is he dead? No. Is he unconscious, incapacitated? No. Is it half or fewer hit points? No. Otherwise, return to 105 and fight another round unless I wish to yield. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to 105 and fight another round. I'm still in, I think I'm still gonna use, oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna stick with our spear. This is not great, everybody. We're gonna stick with our spear. I roll 2. Success. Round 2. For him. Round 2. Failure. Okay. I hit him again. Second round. I hit him again. I'm gonna roll my damage. I'm withholding damage, by the way. I only have a D6, so 5. Oh, you know what I think, actually? I think I always do a 5. Because it's my brawling damage, I always do a 5, which means I can never damage him unless I go sword or hafted. How much do I do if I'm not withholding damage? When I'm in spear mode, 5, which means if I'm using this as a spear, I cannot damage him. Ooh, okay. I come in, I hit him again with the Gabison, and I realize that using this quarterstaff as a shield will not damage him in the least. So I have to decide, do I want to continue or do I want to yield? I think to myself, I should probably continue fighting. And I'm going to continue fighting. I'm going to go to round 3, but I'm going to change grip. This is round 3. Where are you, 3? 8. 3. Okay. Sword is 2d plus 6. Brawling is two-handed hafted is 1d plus 6. Okay. Let's go with I'm going to wield it as a sword in this one moment. Thinking, getting bold, feeling emboldened, maybe a little bit frustrated by not being able to get through his Gabison. I am going to wield this sword as if it were I have a question. Don't we have a thing with our passions where we can maybe do something with it? Probably not. Let's go. Sword. Critical success on my sword. Okay, we're gonna give him his spear. Failure. Okay. I just hit a critical success. Okay. This is gonna be brawling damage plus 2d6. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. What do I get with a critical? What do I get for a critical? Let's see. We've got a brawling. I'm gonna add a quarterstaff. Let's see what this will do for us. Quarterstaff. Here, yeah, right there. So you can see quarterstaff. Skill. I think it. Well, at the moment, let's go with sword. Let's see. Value. Brawling, right? So that's a 6. And damage is 2d6 plus 5. 2d6 plus 5. That's what that is. Okay. So, right. I am going to... Oh, golly. We need to look up criticals. We need to know the chart should tell us. There is a chart right over here. Where is it? Modifiers and critical bonuses. Right there. So, most of the time, add or subtract, blah, blah, blah. No statistic, blah, blah, blah. Critical bonus does, let's see, we take excess, blah, modifier would raise, blah, 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 blah. Called the critical bonus, that's fine. Well, if I get a critical success, what happens? Let's see. Because they're not telling me right now. But we know it is a thing. Let me see. 105. Oh, hold on. 105 tells us. It's on, if you score a critical success and your opponent does not, check your skill and go. So I'm going to check my sword skill, because that's the skill I use at that moment. And I go to 106. My quarterstaff connects with a solid bone-rattling blow. He cries out with shock and pain. The crowd of knights erupt into cheers. My damage depends on the skill I use this combat round. For spear, brawling damage. Sword, brawling damage plus 2d6. Because this is a critical, brawling success, add plus 2d6 to your damage dice before rolling. Okay, so this is going to be 4d6. And I did not withhold damage, so I just roll this right here, and we're going to see what that happens. 24 damage. Minus 5 for the Gambison, which is 19. Yeah, okay, so that's really good for him. He has a major wound value of 15 and an unconscious value of 8. So he goes from, I just did 19, so that he goes to 11. He goes down to 11. That's a major wound. Remember, if he takes more damage than his major wound threshold, which he just did, or is reduced below his unconscious level, the fight is over. The fight is over. The fight is over. He is at... major wound, right? That's not incapacitated. It's not unconscious, but it is half or fewer hit points. That's 119. We're going to 119, everybody. So let's note, for 2 rounds, I tried not to hit him, then I realized that I had to, and I come in, whack, just... I've been holding the quarterstaff as a spear, jabbing, poking, trying to get purchase in, but each blow just was diffused. The force was diffused by his Gambison, being frustrated and knowing that he was much bigger than I. I switched my grip, holding the quarterstaff like a sword, and waiting for the right moment. I put all of my momentum and weight, whack, and I hit him right in the rib cage. I have sorely wounded my opponent. He throws down his staff. I yield, he cries. Do I wish to keep going? If this is my first victory, I have time to fight another opponent before the Bohort ends. Yes. Return to 105 and start a new combat. This time, I'm fighting an opponent using his staff as a two-handed hafted weapon with a skill of 10. He has 24 hit points, an unconscious value of 6, and a major wound threshold of 12. He wears a nasal helm and a gambeson, giving him 6 points of armor protection, and does 1d6 plus 4 points of damage. Remember, also, that his grip gives him 4 points of parry protection with a partial success. If I've already fought 2 opponents or wish to quit the field, hand in my weapon and go to 92. Oh, okay. I feel like we go back and we do another battle, because I think we should. Round 1. He's got 6 points of armor, which means we're going to have to go in as sort of more intensely. Let's okay, well, let's I wonder what happens. By the way, I wonder what happens if I do this. If I do this, I'm just rolling this is the damage roll. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're not doing that. We're just going to actually, he's got parry stuff going on, but he doesn't have it yet. We have to he has to actually succeed. So if I come up, if I start this fight, I can start in a two-handed hafted sword. So I'm going to go two-handed hafted as well as he to begin. So I'm going to start two-handed hafted. I'm going to roll. I rolled a 1, success. He is going to roll. It's actually going to be Bubba. It's going to be less than that. It's going to be 1d6 is its damage. Is what it is. We haven't damaged each other yet though. So it's 1d6 plus 5. I'm going to roll his. I'm going to say spear, but he's doing two-handed hafted. He rolled a critical. That's bad. So he rolled a critical and I rolled a success, which should be a... He wins. I believe that's just how that goes, right? Yeah. So if... It's not a tie. If you succeed and your opponent fails, or you both succeed, but your value is higher, this is a win. If your opponent succeeds and you fail, it's a loss. If you succeed, but your opponent's die roll value is higher than yours, this is a partial success, which is what I think that is, right? So I think this person gets a partial success, but they also get the critical damage, I think, right? Yes? Yes? Well, let's see. Let's find out what they have to say, because I want to know. A critical success is when a die rolls. That's great. Great. Failure. Opposed resolution. Here we are. Opposed resolution happens in the same manner as unopposed rolls, but the player must compare their roll against the outcome of another roll. To win, the player must succeed with their own roll, yet also roll a higher number than that of the opposing player game master. Now, we have to think about if you roll equal to or less than your statistic, higher, a critical success beats any other outcome in an opposed resolution and guarantees a win or at least a tie. This is true even if a character with a statistic of 1 rolls a 1, because all critical successes are equal and greater than a success. Okay, so this would then be a partial success occurs when a roll is successful and lower than the opponent's roll. So this is just going to be a full win, is what that is, right? A win is a win. Okay, so this person's going to hit me. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so this person's going to hit me. And that is going to mean... Let's go back to 105. This person's going to come in, and it's a 1d6, and they get another 2d6 though, because it's a crit. So they're going to be rolling 3d6 plus 5. plus 6, actually. Because they've got that, I'm pretty sure. Right? This is bad, everybody. Well, we're going to see how this goes. Yeah. Where's my number? Where's my number? What was my number on? You have to remind me, by the way. I won that first match, so I need to get my stats. You know what? Actually, I can pull this up as a number. I can pull this up as another one of these. Let's see. We're looking at like 10 what? 100 and ooh, hey. There's a guess what, everybody? There is a token that I can just roll my opponent's token. I have a token here that gives me all that information, which is great. I'm so glad about it, and I don't have to. I have two different. Yeah, 105 is a combat to start with, but what I want is the one that has the stats for the person I'm fighting. Let's see. Grunts and pain. We're looking for critical success. I've got to find the number. 119. 119 is the one that gives me the information on the other person. So now I'm good. Okay, great. We are golden. So this person does 1d6 plus 4 points of damage. Right, this is great, but they get 3d6 plus 4 right now. I have their character sheet. Everything's great. Yeah. Nine damage, which is not bad because I do have a Gambison. So I have a Gambison, right? I should have armor. Right? Yes. Yes. Because I'm wearing a Gambison. It said so. Yes, it said Gambison and Helm, which should be 5 points of damage. So that should be 4. I'm going to get 4 points of damage. Basie, take 4. My hit points are now down to 23. Okay. Do I wish to continue on? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm going sword style because I just got hit real bad and I didn't like it. So we're gonna go sword style, hoping for big damage. No, failure. I come in trying to sort of hit with a sword, and this opponent of mine waiting. Just but a scratch, not so wide as a church door, nor deep as a well. Oh, Mercutio. We both fail. Which, mutual failure. Which I think is, fine, right? On a mutual failure, 105. If you lose, partial. If you both succeed, if you win, fumble, scores a critical and you do not. Wait, if my opponent scores a critical and I do not, go to 117. That's what just happened last time. We got to go to 117. Got to go to 117 because that was we got to go back to that last one. Hold on a second. The last round, that first round. With a masterful strike, your opponent connects with a particularly fleshy and vulnerable part of your body, which makes a dismaying crunching sound as pain explodes from the point of impact. My opponent inflicts a whopping 2d6 plus 4 points of damage for the critical strike. I need to re-roll that damage, everybody. Because, turns out that was not the right amount of damage. Let's do that again, shall we? 66 plus 4. Yeah. I rolled a 1 and they rolled a critical success. So 6d6. 66 damage. Yep. Plus 4. Yep. Okay. 21. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Subtract my armor. roll damage, reduce my hit points by the difference. This is for critical strike. If I succeed at my roll, which I did, and I'm using my staff with a two-handed hafted skill, which I did, by the way, I may add an additional 4 points of parry protection, which I will do. Okay, that's great. So I actually get the parry protection because I did succeed. Okay, so my armor protection value is 5, so that's 9. So I'm going to take 12 points of damage. Yeah, okay. Remember, if I take more damage than my major wound threshold, or I'm reduced below my unconscious value, the fight's over. Well, let's find out. Let's find out what happened. I have so I'm going to take 11 points of damage. No, 12. 4 plus 5 is 9, so 12 points of damage. Yes, 12. So, let's think about this for a second. I should be at 27, so that's going to take me down to 15. And my major wound is a 15. And that's not my major wound value. I'm not at half. Okay, so I'm okay. I mean, I'm not okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not okay, but I'm there. Did I suffer a major wound or hit points? Nope. Nope. Otherwise, return to 80508, or I can wield. I don't have to roll reckless yet, but we're gonna stay in the fight. We're gonna stay in the fight, and we're going to try. That haftedness was good. I'm gonna stay hafted. We're gonna go two-handed hafted. Failure. He's gonna go two-handed hafted, and we're gonna see how this goes for description purposes. Also a failure. We both fail, which is I think what happened last time, so that's good. Mutual fails, not the worst. We're both circling around each other. Both fail, 118. With a flurry of whacking, cracking blows, you fend each other off. You circle around looking for a fresh opening and catching your breath in the process. Go back to 105. I'm gonna switch to sword grip. I'm injured. This person is not. I'm gonna see if maybe, being a little reckless, I'm gonna go sword. Failure. Not great. Not great. Also a failure. We circle. Again, I come in with a big swing, but he's able to sort of block it. And we continue to circle, one by one, seeing who can get the opening. I'm somewhat injured. I've got sort of a bit of I can feel the aching in my rib cage. But I will not be daunted. Again, I stick with my sword grip, and I come at him again. Critical success. Critical success. Krillin, apparently the spear is going to be very good if you have a shield, which I do not currently have, but you know how it is. They have a success, but I get a crit, which I think is fine. But that does mean they're going to get +4 parry protection, is what they're going to get, right? So I get to roll, because I went in for a sword. But he does get a partial. So I succeed in a critical. And I was rolling on sword there, was I not? I was, okay. So I get to go to 106. My quarterstaff connects with a solid bone-rattling blow, cries out in shock and pain, and the crowd of knights erupt into cheers. I'm going to be getting brawling damage for sword. So it's going to be 46 plus 5 is what I've got going on. Basie. 46 plus 5. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. Here we go. 23 minus this fellow has got, if I recall correctly, 6 in armor, and I believe, and gets 4, like 6 in armor and 4 with parry, so that's 10. So that's 13 damage I do to this person. This person has a major wound threshold of 12. Yeah. I take him out. I take him out. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is good. This is good. Yes. So, yeah. I do this, and, dead? No. Unconscious expert? No. Half? Yes. 119. I won. I won. Yield! Do I wish to keep going? No. If this is my first victory, I have time to fight another performance before the bohort ends. I'm fine. This time, that's fine. If I've already fought 2 opponents or wish to quit the field, hand in my weapon and go to 92. Go to 92, everybody. I'm a little injured, though, but that's okay. Where would I like to go? I would like to get treatment for my injury, which is 120. Gonna go get treatment for my injury is what I'm gonna do, because I got injured, got hit badly, but I'm hardy. Limping and wincing from my wounds, I seek out a tent near Ludgate, passing under the painted shingle depicting a snake with a head on each end, entwined around a staff and biting itself. I find the barber within bandaging a knight who managed to stab himself while training. Hey, Corey Hickson, this is the solo adventure that comes with the starter set. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I just got hit badly. Have a seat. I shall be with you shortly, he says the barber, without looking up. His name is Sweeney Todd, by the way. The minutes pass like hours, but eventually the old man shuffles over to me and begins poking and prodding my wounds with a copper probe, muttering to himself the whole time. His breath smells strongly of garlic. I distract myself from the pain by focusing on his wispy white whiskers. He shuffles off and begins grinding up a poultice in his massive marble mortar. On the table next to him are displayed freshly bloodied knives, saws, and drills, the grim tools of his trade. I faint, is what happens. I was interested to see what it was about, a pleasant surprise to see it being played. Yeah. The barber has a first aid skill of 18. Roll on his behalf for each wound. I only have 1. On a success, I restore a number of hit points equal to my healing rate. On a critical success, I restores my healing rate plus 3. A fumble aggravates the wound and causes me to lose an additional 1d3 hit points. Each wound may only be treated once. So let's roll it. 18 is the number. 5, that is a success. I will get back 3 hit points, which I am not sad about, actually. I feel... I mean, I'd like to get back more hit points, but you know what? I'll take it. I'm at 18 hit points back. Once I'm done, go to 92. Okay. By the way, Corey Hickson, we are from Wales, and we have traveled. We were a page, now we're a squire. We've traveled to Londinium. There's going to be this great grand tournament to find out who will be the High King of the British Isles. And we just got hit with a quarterstaff. It was kind of rude, actually. I wouldn't worry about it. But we won. We won 2 tournaments. Just side note. 92. Where would I like to go? Well, we have... You know what? Why don't we go to the market and the animal fights? No, we just had a whole big deal. I mean, I have a silver penny still left, but I think we should check out the knight's tents, because maybe we'll learn something important for Sir Kay. Of course, you're not sad about 3, Trooper. You always accept the signature of positive. That's true. Do you get any kind of reward for awarding 2 tournaments? I have no idea. Hey, Polished. Oh, that's right. I didn't do the pre-roll. That's fine. Hey! It didn't tell me I had to go, so I feel like I'm still good. Let's see. Knights Tents? The tent city hosts the overflow of knights and their entourages who could not find lodging in the city. Row upon row of colorful tents and pavilions, from tiny to palatial, create a veritable labyrinth populated by martial men and women. Pennants, fluttering from each tent pole, display the arms of the knight residing within. Squires run to and fro on missions from their lords. Knights sit outside their tents chatting with compatriots. Oh, we're not in battle anymore. We can have the more chill music. Give me a moment. Our sort of like exciting music. Knights sit outside their tents chatting with compatriots, strumming their harps or playing games of skill to pass the time. You pause outside one large tent, party-colored yellow and blue, and I recognize the heraldry of the Count of Salisbury. A knight is stepping out of the tent, and although I realize I'm blocking the way, I cannot help but gawp. Although I'm aware that women may become knights, they're almost unheard of where I come from, but here in the flesh is a woman knight. She is obviously a veteran of many years fighting. Her steel hair nearly matches the iron of her armor, and her hands are rough and knotted, and I spot a couple of small but nasty scars on her face. I got cheered by knights. What more do I want? As I watch, I realize this is an old Choose Your Adventure book with TTRPG mechanics added, says Termination Shock. Yes, and a lot of early solo adventures were exactly that. They were sort of built in that style, and actually I don't think it's a bad style. I think it's pretty okay. It's different from some of the newer styles of solo RPGs, but I still think it's good, actually. Pendragon is a little less lethal than Call of Cthulhu, though. I really like solo adventures as a way to learn the rules. Me too, Polish. And I just feel like more people should do them. I feel like and I would really love to see what people would do for like modern rules learning solo adventures. Termination says, if I recall correctly, Pendragon, it can be lethal before you even start, or at least the old versions. Maybe. I wish more indie TTRPGs did it. Would be a good way to do promo. Yes, one of the failings, in my opinion, of a lot of indie RPGs is that they think that because they don't have a lot of rules, they're just super easy, so they just don't actually give solo RPGs to learn the rules. And they also don't give a lot of examples at all. So people think, oh, well, this is really easy, so you can just learn it. But I was like, yeah, but if you've never played an RPG before, then actually it's not that easy to learn it. And sometimes the rules are very interpretive for these sort of more rules-light indie games, and that is not going to help people who've never done that before. So having a really good solo RPG, a solo adventure, or a lot more examples would be very, very helpful, I think, to getting people onboarded to the games. But it's just my opinion. Trooper has played a selection of solo RPGs. They're pretty neat. Yeah, I have, actually. Termination Shock. Let's see. I still have my copies of the old Lone Wolf and Grey Star books. I think I might have some of them on PDF, but I did get the Fabled Lands books. I just got all of them, and so I can play those on stream at some point. I do like this as a solo method for playing. Yeah, me too, actually. Corey says, I thought it was a real good idea to come with something a reader can do out of the box. Yeah, I agree. I think, especially because sometimes somebody gets a book and they don't have any friends yet, you know what I mean? And they want something to be able to give them a way to start, I think is really important. Polish says, rules light doesn't mean easy, and I wish people understood that it can actually be harder to learn rules light systems because they rely so much on unwritten expectations and a lot of experience. Absolutely, Polished. Like, yes. That's all I have to say about that. Scabianac says, the early D&D books had entire scripts as examples of play. They were super helpful. Me too. I found them so helpful. Max says, Stripper, right now it makes me think of Cool Santa. Thanks, I am Cool Santa. Maybe. Wizard Style says, honestly, the standard of writing and specifically layout of RPG books annoys me to no end. The budgets are tiny, of course, but the RPG industry could learn so much from how board and card games do it. Yeah, and I think, whatever you can do to make it easier for people to learn how to do this is always good. Yeah, I'm Cool Santa. I'm in it. Let's see. Following her is a young man, about Arthur's age, but dressed as a knight. He is almost a mirror image of the other, fresh-faced, unblemished. But he shares her martial bearing, and they are clearly at ease with each other. It is also intuitively obvious that he is her social better. If I wish to talk to the man, go to 94. If I wish to talk to the woman, go to 95. If I wish to get out of their way, go to 92. I'm going to talk to the woman because I've never seen any woman knights out in Wales where I'm from. So I'm going to do that at 95. I give the woman knight a courteous bow. "A well-mannered young squire," she says. "You could teach a few others around here a thing or two about deference and courtesy." "Using your methods, Dame Aspara?" asks her young companion, winking. "I still feel the sting of your rod across the back of my neck." She snorts derisively. "It was good enough for your father, and it was good enough for you too." "Nonsense. You fought alongside my father. You never tutored him." "No, but we still taught each other much about the ways of the sword and lance, and what it means to be a knight. Those lessons which raise welts and scars tend to last longer than those which do not." Fair enough, I suppose. Before I can stop myself, I blurt out a question. You served under King Uther, then?" Aspara's face grows grim. "Two kings, in fact. I first swore my sword to King Aurelius, the Pendragon. May the saints preserve him. And his brother Uther, yes. I sense I've touched upon a sensitive topic, but she gives me a smile to show there are no hard feelings. I take my service very seriously. I am a descendant of the Amazons, you know. My ancestors served the Romans in Cornwall and Brittany, and I continue their tradition and honor their memory in my every word and deed." "Oh, if I already talked to Dame Aspera's companion or do not wish to, go to 92. If I wish to talk to Dame Aspera's companion, go to 94. Absolutely, I will talk to this companion. Yeah, I apologize to the young man for getting in the way." "Think nothing of a child," says the young man. "I think we were all in each other's way for the time being." He looks around at the packed aisles before looking down at me again. "I'm Sir Robert, Count Salisbury. Who are you and whom do you serve?" he asks with a friendly smile. "Whew. Polish says, been spending more time in the historical research rabbit hole the last few months. The more I find, the worse it gets. Not gonna hijack chat with it. The passage you just read reminded me of it." Hey, I'm always in the historical research rabbit hole. I tell him, then ask if he plans to fight in the tournament. "Certainly. I intend to do my best, though I mark my odds of winning poorly. As long as we get a king out of this, I will be happy. Our land bleeds without one." Robert tells me a bit of his country, hard up against the Saxon kingdoms of Wessex and subjected to raids and crushing tribute payments ever since the death of his father, Roderick, 15 years ago. "My mother managed as best she could with the help of a council of knights, including Dame Aspera here. But last year, after the Battle of Netley Marsh, I insisted on taking my birthright as count, though there be no king to crown me." He barks a short, sardonic laugh. I go back to 92. "So I can go to the market and animal fights, and I will. I want to see the whole thing." 96. "As I move amongst the market stalls, I clearly hear savage barking, angry bellowing, and excited cheering that marks a bull baiting contest. I know of these by reputation, but I've never seen one myself. My understanding is that a bull is secured by a chain, and a pack of aulants, massive mastiff-like war dogs, is set upon it, harrying it until it collapses from blood loss, at which point it is butchered and roasted. Bets are placed on how long the bull will last, how many dogs will be injured or killed, and other gruesome unknowns. It is perhaps a mercy that the tight-packed gaggle of peasants block my view of the scene if the horrible sounds coming from within the ring are any indication. As I listen, I see a familiar face walking towards me out of the crowd. It's Arthur. He's fighting back tears. "It's awful," he exclaims as he approaches me. "The bull, the dogs. A hunt is one thing. This is butchery." An idea of how to cause a bit of mischief and perhaps make things right forms in my mind. I could cause a distraction, allowing Arthur to sneak back and free the bull from its chains. This would bring the baiting to an end, but could cause a great deal of mayhem. Oh, choices, my friends. Choices. Mm-hmm. Termination Shock says, that's what Discord is for, hijacking channels with historical facts or weirdness. So, let's see. If I wish to go ahead with this fiendish plan, I'm going to go to 96. If I said turn away and discuss and leave the market, go to 92. No, you know what? I'm going to go through with this fiendish plan. People might get injured by a bull that's... Look, if I do this, we're going to have people getting gored by a bull. I'm pretty sure. I don't care. I'm reckless. We're going to do it. It's probably going to be bad, but it'll be fine. As Arthur moves back into the crowd to get into position, I clamber up on top of a large barrel of ale and clear my throat. In order to catch the audience's attention, I will have to succeed at an orate roll. Before making the roll, I may attempt an unopposed merciful trait. A success earns a check. With a critical success, check the trait and add +5 to orate. Okay. I'm going to roll merciful first and see if my mercifulness will help me out here. Merciful? Success. It's not a critical, but I am merciful, so I get to check it. Okay. I'm gonna roll my orate. My orate is a 7. Let's see if I can get their attention. Oh, failure. I was close. I rolled an 8. I fail. I go to 99. The crowd is too caught up in the spectacle and ignores me. Arthur is not able to get to the chain. Arthur appears upset and asks to be left alone for a while. That means that I'm done for the day. I go to 191. I wish I could have done something. But oh well. 191? 92. So I go from... and 92 tells me that if I'm done for the day, I go to 121. 121, my friends. You got their attention? Oh, that's amazing. Did everybody die? Were people gored by the bull? Was there mayhem and madness? The day, which began so early and has been so full of wonders, is catching up with me at last. My senses buzzing, I make my way back to the inn and collapse into sleep at the foot of Sir Ector's bed. Tomorrow, the tournament begins in earnest. By the end of the day, Britain will have a new High King. There was much mayhem, but we saved the bull. I wish I could have saved the bull. Bummer. The day dawns, overcast and cold, but the city is already up to greet the weak sun. Such is the excitement for the New Year's tournament. My morning at the inn is spent in a flurry of activity, gathering the equipment needed for the tournament fight, helping Sir Ector prepare his hauberk, helm, and shield, preparing his charger down in the stables, and countless other tasks, which keep me running about nonstop until the sun is peeking up over the rooftops. If I had rakes and dancing, I could have danced to get their attention. I really should have. Arthur is every bit as harried and hurried in his duties for Sir Kay, so it is with some real sense of relief that we both mount our rounceys and fall in line behind our knights. We exchange smiles, letting our agitation give way to excitement. Along the way, Sir Ector briefs me. We are to be divided into 2 cohorts. The Red Knights and the Blue Knights will fight a mock battle called a melee. Knights and tally marks for performing great deeds on the field, such as knocking an opponent off their horse, taking a foe captive, or even performing a particularly thrilling display of martial prowess. The Lord Mayor of Londinium himself and the guild masters of the city sit as judges and keep a record of our marks. At the end of the day, the knight with the most tally marks is declared the Knight of Honor, and in this instance, acclaimed the new High King of Britain. As squires, you are to ride into the field with us, but you are not to fight. Your job is to hold back and look for ways to assist us, to replace a broken lance, to drag us off the field if we're knocked out, or to escort any prisoners we may capture back to the reset, which is our end of the field. My head spins with all the rules and new duties, but I'm determined to do right by Sir Ector. At the tournament grounds, a large, noisy scrum has formed. Around tables where harried heralds are assigning overexcited knights to their cohorts. Ector and Kay dismount and take their places at the back of the mob when I notice that Ector is without his sword. I grab it from his charger and hustle forth to help him belt it around his thick waist. He grunts in approval. "Oh, help! Oh, whelp! Fetch my sword!" says Kay absent-mindedly. Arthur turns pale. I forgot it back in the end, Kay. Kay's face turns crimson with anger. "Oh, Arthur," says Ector disapprovingly. "Quick now, there's a good lad. Go back and get it, or your brother will be without his sword on the field." Arthur is off like a dart, shouting promises to be back with the sword in a twinkling. Minutes pass by. Ector and Kay give their names to the heralds and are assigned to the Red Knights. Kay keeps looking about for Arthur with murderous eyes. "What could be keeping that inattentive fool?" He turns to me. "Go find the whelp and bring him back with my sword, or so help me." I do not need to be told twice. Go to 123, and that's my cue to read chat. This reminds me of the cassette tape, read-along tapes I had as a kid. That would be an interesting project. Oh, it would be. That would be interesting. We had those Planet of the Apes, yeah. Choose your own TTRPG audio adventure. Yes, I bet you could do it with hyperlinks, right? You could do it in a hyperlinked way so that you could just then click on choices. I forgot, Fight My Sword is a direct flashback from Disney. Oh, it is. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Uh-oh. 123. Most of Londinium is at the tournament, and I run through Newgate and down the city's empty streets. It is quite eerie, really. The city filled with so many people just this morning, and now quiet as a cemetery. My heart sits in my throat when I reach the inn. I find Arthur, but he sits against the front door, head on his folded knees. He looks up at me at my approach, and I see his eyes are rimmed red. "They closed up the inn," he wails and bangs the door with his fist. "Everyone is at the tournament. I can't get Kay's sword. What am I to do?" My mind races and several solutions suggest themselves. I could try to break into the inn. This is an emergency, and surely the Lord would forgive some petty larceny and then even fetching Kay's sword. But then I suddenly remember there is another sword that no one is using. The one in the cathedral courtyard. Hyperlinks or QR codes. Oh, that would work too. Yeah. It's part of the T.H. White story too. Mm-hmm. Have I tried other books like Fighting Fantasy? So now what's interesting though, just side note, this doesn't count as an adventure book. There are people who are like, this is an adventure book, and this doesn't count as an adventure book. People don't tend to receive these. I think it's interesting the difference between an adventure book, like Fighting Fantasy, and a solo module. And I don't know what we can all say the difference is, but they're marked differently, and they call themselves differently. And I don't know what that means or what we think about it, but I did get all the Fabled Lands adventure books, and I have Four Against the Darkness, which I've not done on stream yet. So I've got a couple of them, actually. Let's go tell Arthur about the sword and the stone, which is page 120, which is number 125. I pull Arthur to his feet. "Sir Ector showed me another sword in the courtyard of St. Paul's down yonder, but..." You were about to say it was stuck in an anvil, but before I can finish the sentence, Arthur bolts down the empty street towards the cathedral. "He will see for himself soon enough," I say to myself as I take off after him. I arrive at the empty courtyard gate in time to see Arthur approaching the sword and the stone, his hand extended. A light snow begins to fall. I watch as he steps up to the stone, reaches out, and lightly closes his hand around the sword's hilt. There is a sound of steel scraping on metal, and my mouth falls open as Arthur pulls the sword straight out of the anvil as if it were from an oiled scabbard. Arthur's face splits into a wide grin, and he beams at me. "You saved my skin, no mistake," he says, and off he goes again, this time back to the tourney grounds. I follow in mute shock. Surely someone must have loosened it. Max Ryder, this is exactly where I'm tearing up too. I arrive back at the tournament grounds to find Sir Kay pacing up and down the sidelines. Most of the knights are already on the field, and the sound of cheering crowds fills my ears. The melee has begun. "What in the name of Jesus took you so long?" he bellows. And in the next moment, he sees the sword in Arthur's hand. "Whose sword is that?" I found it, Kay," says Arthur, fighting for his breath. "It's a good sword, I promise." Kay takes it in his hand and gives it a couple swings, looking impressed despite his anger. Before he can say anything else, though, Sir Arthur rides up and practically jumps off his horse. "Kay, where did you get that sword?" His eyes are wide with astonishment. "I found it, father," says Kay without hesitation. "You found it?" Hector asks, somewhat incredulous. "Well, no, he did." Kay points to Arthur, and Hector takes his younger son by the shoulders, looking him square in the eye. "Is what Kay said true, son?" asked Hector, his voice husky with emotion. "Yes, father. Please don't be mad at him. This is all my fault. I stole the sword from the courtyard of St. Paul's. I shall put it back at once if you'll only let me." Arthur's wails of protest draw the attention of several nearby knights who themselves have not yet entered the melee. One, an aging man of regal bearing, who wears the arms of Camillard on his surcoat, rushes forward. "What's that? He's drawn it? A sword? A sword in the stone?" Others quickly take up the cry. "The sword! He's drawn the sword!" The news spreads like fire across ripened wheat fields. "I don't believe it. I have to see this for myself. Oh, make him draw it again. To the churchyard!" And all is madness. A throng of people surges away from the tournament grounds towards the city. Sir Hector throws Arthur on the back of his nervous rouncy. "Ride for St. Paul's and put the sword back, lad. Put it back," Hector says with fear in his eyes. You'd best do the same," Hector shouts at you, "lest you be trampled. Hop on." I swing into the saddle, and I swing the saddle behind Arthur and join the press of knights streaming through Newgate. Fortunately, with my head start, I can avoid the worst of the press. Murmuring crowds of horses, commoners, clergymen, knights, squires, lords, and ladies pack St. Paul's Cathedral and surround the cathedral steps in a wide arc. Luckily, I and Arthur made it just in time before they arrived. I dismount and approach the anvil and stone with Arthur. A single horn sounds. The crowd suddenly grows quiet as I see two wizened old men being escorted from the rectory to the top of the cathedral stairs behind the anvil and stone. One is dressed in a gilded bishop's cassock, the other in ragged, filthy robes. "It's the Archbishop, St. Dubricus," someone shouts from the crowd. "Ave Sanctus Dubricus, Ave," cries a pious Roman lady, hands clasped. The old man kindly smiles and makes the sign of the cross in the air. Dozens of people drop to their knees to accept the blessing. And that's Merlin, the Archbishop of Britain, standing next to him. "Why is he here?" says Sir Hector with a haunted look, finally catching up to me and Arthur, with a mounted Sir Kay close behind. I notice that Merlin and Hector are looking at each other with deep meaning. Then, with the crowd looking on, Arthur replaces the sword. It slips back into the slot in the anvil with a metallic hiss. He steps back and watches the courtyard fill with more knights, fresh from the tournament melee. Many are dripping sweat, and some nurse minor wounds. Arthur looks very young all of a sudden. Beside the sword and the stone, a mighty man, powerful of build and arrogant of aspect, jumps from his saddle. You know the man by reputation. It is King Lot of Lothian, one of the greatest warriors in all of Britain, and he shoves Arthur aside. "If this thing is going to move, it'll move for me," he declares to the crowd. "Lot, Lot, Lot, Lot!" His household knights chant in encouragement. He grabs the hilt with both mailed hands and puts all of his bear-like strength into the effort. But the sword will not move. He tries again with no success, his face now red with exertion and frustration. "Let the boy try," someone shouts. Was it Merlin? And then many more shout in agreement. Yes, yes, let the boy try. Lot stares down at Arthur with angry eyes and steps aside to rejoin his knights. Sir Ector, now beside Arthur, nods to him, and Arthur lays one hand gently upon the sword and easily pulls it from the anvil. The crowd, noble and commoner alike, gasps. He then slides it back into place. Another knight dismounts and shouts, It's my turn! I, King Uriens of Gordish, shall pull the sword! And pushes his way to the rock. Like Lot before him, Uriens grabs the sword and tugs, pulls, and then tries to manhandle it free, giving his full armored shoulder to the task. But the sword does not budge. And Uriens walks away flustered. The lad again steps up and pulls the sword effortlessly free. The High King. The High King! Someone shouts, He's the High King! It's the prophecy! The boy drew the sword! Shouts King Leodegrance to the crowd. This boy is the Pendragon! A few people in the crowd lower to their knees. Not while I live, shouts Lot, who drags his own sword and strides towards Arthur. His bodyguards dismount and fall into place a few steps behind him. You were the one who saw Arthur pull the sword the first time. You now see Lot advancing with murder in his eyes. You know the right thing to do is speak up in Arthur's defense. But can you summon the courage in this moment of decision? It's getting to Max Rider, it's getting me too. Make a valorous versus cowardly roll. We're going to start with valorous because that's my higher skill. Let's see. Yeah, his anaconda doesn't have buns, so don't want none. Valorous. Failure. Cowardly. Failure. I may choose my course of action. And I choose to be valorous. And I go to 131, but I don't get to check the trait. Wait! I cry, arms wide, standing between King Lot and Arthur. Lot halts, turning his furious gaze to me. I swallow hard and continue. I saw Arthur, this youth here, pull the sword the first time. None of you could pull it when you tried. He is our new king. Lot takes 2 steps towards me and strikes me with his mailed left hand, inflicting 10 points of damage, which I will take. Okay. It is like being struck by a boulder. I feel my back teeth crack, and I drop to the ground as blood gushes from a gash on my cheek. The blow ignites the passions of all assembled, and a terrific melee suddenly breaks out as knights from many different kingdoms rush toward the cathedral steps. Through a sickening red haze, I see Arthur pull the blade once more, and it seems to my eyes that the steel flashes with a strange ghost light. Arthur then steadies himself against the anvil and defends himself against Lot. 133. Now, King Leodegrance and his men, and a half-dozen other kings, and many, many knights swarm between King Lot and Arthur. The boy drew the sword, says Leodegrance. He is by right the Pendragon of Britain. No beardless boy shall be my king, shouts King Lot. Nor mine, shouts someone. Nor mine, come other voices. I say he is my king, shouts Leodegrance, and he suddenly kneels before Arthur and proffers his sword. Arthur, with tears streaming down his face, gently takes it, saying with a strangely mature countenance, As I am king, I accept your offer. Lot, seeing that he and his men are surrounded and outnumbered, throws his blunted sword to the ground with a clatter. I'll be back with a sword that won't fail me, he says, baring his teeth, and leaps atop his horse. His guards pivot and spur their steeds, nearly trampling those left in the crowd. Others are doing the same, and a reproachful howl goes up from the crowd as they go. "Hail, King Arthur!" shouts Sir Ector, thrusting his sword aloft. "Whelp?" cries Sir Kay, looking astonished. "Hail, King Arthur!" echoes the crowd. And now, Kay joins in, as again, "Hail, King Arthur!" And again, gonna change my music right here. And again, "Hail, King Arthur!" I look up to see Archbishop Dubricus on the cathedral steps and catch him nodding and smiling at Merlin, who smiles back and bows his head. Merlin's eyes suddenly dart to yours, to mine, and he winks at me, then disappears among the throng. By the way, wait, that's not it. Here. There. Image, right, of the moment, of the great moment when it happens. I shake my head in amazement at the cheering crowds who have now lifted Arthur on their shoulders. It looks like my dear friend Arthur, with whom I have shared a bench, mucked stables, and polished armor, is now to be the High King of Britain. But what will be my fate? If I successfully freed the bull, tried to pull the sword, freed the bull, tried to pull the sword from the stone for Arthur, or defended Arthur against King Lot, go to 135. I did defend him against King Lot. Otherwise, I don't have to worry about the otherwise. We're just going to go to 135. We must first knight you, I suppose, Sir Ector says to Arthur amidst the jostling and tumult. Arthur nods slowly as everything sinks in, and then turns to me. And I will need a squire I can trust, he says, a twinkle in his eye. We grin at each other. I have 7 years of service as the king's squire ahead of me, and in time I may well be knighted. My actions during this adventure presage my future. What kind of knight would I like to be? Okay. Whew. So it turns out there are only 3 ways to get that best ending. 1, freeing the bull. 2, trying to pull the sword from the stone for Arthur. Or 3, defending Arthur against Lot. I got one of them. Okay. Get Arthur a fake beard, stat, says Word to Styles. Krellin notes, and this is how succession wars start. Oh man, Max Rider got me to cry. Termination Rock, this is also how you get a quest of vengeance against an entire bloodline. Yep. Also, kings don't need to be knighted, they do the knighting. Whew, okay, so let's finish up with our knight stuff and find out how we turn out. So, did kings have to be a knight? Well, if you're a really small child and you are the heir and the older king becomes a knight, dies, you become king without being a knight first, but most likely you're going to have to go do that, right? Okay, let's get our story awards, and then we're going to find out. Story awards. You know what? I made these little tokens that are trackers, but I do not have one in this particular game because I didn't think that I would need it. Though I clearly did. Well, let's find our way. Let's see what we're gonna do. We're just gonna count it. +2 for each skill check. Okay? I have got skill check. 1, 2, I have only 2 skill checks. 4. Everyone, we're gonna keep track. +3 for each passion check. I have 2 passion checks. That's 6, so that's 10. We have got 10. +2 for each chivalrous trait check. Chivalrous trait check. I've got 4 of those. That's 8. So 18. +1 for any other trait check except as noted below. I suppose we're going to have to just hold off on that one, so we'll hold on that one. +2 if you killed the boar single-handed. Did not. +3 if a noblewoman gave you her favor. Did not. +1 if you set the bull free. Nope. +1 for each round you withheld damage dice in the bohort. That's another 2. So I'm now at 20. +1 for each opponent defeated in the bohort. That's another 2, 22. 22. +2 if you told Arthur about the sword and the stone. 24. +3 if you tried to retrieve the sword in the stone before Arthur, which I did actually. So that's 27. +3 if you defended Arthur in the face of King Lot's anger, which I did, is 30. +5 if King Arthur made me his squire, that's 35. -1 for each check opposed to a religious or chivalrous trait. Let's see. -1 for the proud. So that's going to be a 34. Okay. Now, we've got to deal with reckless and suspicious. Which ones are the chivalric traits? This is page what? 45? I need to go back to page, let's see. That was way back in the beginning, like page 5 or something. Okay, so chivalric traits are the ones that are asterisked, which are energetic, generous, just, merciful, modest, prudence, not one or the other, and trusting is not one or the other. So I get 2 more points for my checks in reckless and suspicious. No, that's religious values. That's religious values, not the chivalric ones, which they need to sort of find a way to mark. Okay, so we're at 36. Let's see. Okay. -5 if you lingered in the lands of the good folk. I did not linger. I didn't linger. I went in and then I split right away. -1, I did that. -1 if you were tardy returning to Ector after exploring the city. I was not. -1 if your bohort opponent died. They did not. -1 if you broke into the inn to get Kay's sword. Did not. -1 for staying quiet as King Lot attacked Arthur. Did not. So I'm at 36. What kind of knight am I? If you do not mind, I would like our dramatic music. When I read what kind of knight I am, I feel like it is fitting and appropriate. More than 18. I am a knight of the Round Table. I am knighted by Sir Ector or King Arthur, and go on to a great career. I'm among the first to receive the personal invitation of the king to join his esteemed martial order, the Knights of the Round Table, a few years hence. My name is destined to be remembered in tales. Ba-da. Epic. Epic. That was great. Oh, goodness gracious. That was awesome. So that was awesome. Woo. That was great. That was really, really good. The bards shall sing of thy glorious deeds. That was a great solo game. All right, we've got a little bit of time for a, what do you call it? A post-mortem on this one. Let's think about it, right? So, I'm going to give you some thoughts, post-mortem thoughts. 1, I really like the traits like chaste versus lustful, prudent versus reckless. I think that was pretty amazing. I really, really liked that a lot. I like how it can give you this way to sort of decide, well, let me see which way, if you want to sort of let the dice decide which way you think you'd go. I think that's very cool. I also like that if, like, I was a Valorous 15, which means it's very unlikely I will fail a Valorous check, but I did. So then I have to roll against Cowardly, which it's very, very low, which means it's very unlikely I will succeed. And I didn't, which means then I get to choose. So I actually really like that there's a way in which that sort of really balances itself out really well. I think that's pretty neat. I feel like we can learn about those passions. I think that I probably could have gotten some kind of passions bonus at some point in time, but we didn't talk about it in the solo game, so that's pretty cool. I think I definitely would have gotten a few moments where my passions bonus would have kicked in there in some way. So I think that that's absolutely a thing. Right. I think that would have been a thing that would have happened. I would have gotten one of those passions bonuses. The skill set is not particularly wide, but it's quite diverse, so that's pretty cool. Damage is interesting how it works. I like that we have armor that I like that armor reduces damage. I like that if you succeed in your attack roll and you're using like a two-handed hafted or a sword, you're going to get a parry bonus on the next turn. I think that's actually, like, when the damage comes around, I think that's really good. I like that a lot. So like they hit you, but I did get a success, which means I'm going to be able to reduce some of that damage through my parry bonus. I think that's really good. Now spears don't do a lot of damage, it looks like, but you do get to use it when you're carrying a shield, which means I assume that I would get really good defense bonuses if I'm using this in the shield way. And I'm interested if spears do different damage, but depending on if it's like a real spear versus right, the blunted crossbow, quarterstaff that we were using. So let's see. It says here that spears are quite versatile, but also more fragile than swords. All spears break on a fumble. Oh, interesting. Or on a tied result against a sword-wielding opponent. Javelins and spears balanced for throwing may be used for range attacks as well, using the thrown weapon skill. That's pretty cool. And let's see if there's any other information here. Thrown weapon, a note on spears. Characters may hurl a spear designed for melee combat as a missile weapon, but not as effectively as a javelin. Range is limited, and the thrower suffers a -5 penalty to skill. So you at least get to use it as a ranged weapon. I do see how a quarterstaff jabbed like a spear does less damage than an actual spear, since, no point. Yes, so I'm sort of interested in... Okay, so here we have spear. Okay, melee and brawling weapons. The spear can be used, weapon skill is spear, can be used both mounted and unmounted, which is probably another bonus for spears. The damage is your character damage. Interesting. Advantage, long weapon, damage plus 2d6 if used two-handed. Okay, interesting. Or I should have said the utter pointlessness of the spear-style quarterstaff. Yeah, absolutely. And then disadvantage, no shield when used two-handed. Broken on a fumble. Okay, so when we were using the spear just by the quarterstaff as a spear, we were just getting our character damage, which is just our brawling, it looks like, which is like 5 for us. But it does look like if we were using it two-handed, we would get the plus 2d6 while still using the spear skill. So that's really good. So actually that puts us at pretty decent damage. As a matter of fact, if I'm looking at a sword, let's see, sword. The arming sword is a sword, and it does, that one's not a great sword, my friend. Hafted, two-handed, hafted, brawling, hafted, two-handed, spear, charge, hafted, two-hafted. Quarterstaff can be used either way. Okay. Yeah, so the quarterstaff just doesn't do as much damage as an actual spear, because it doesn't have a point. That's what that's about. Yes. And they've got some missile and thrown weapons. They've got some good illustrations here. They've got armor. That's nice. So I do like all of that. That's pretty good. They've got rules for lances and horses, all of that. That's really good. Because if you look at, let me come over here. If you look at the character sheet, one of the things that I've noticed, which seems like it's going to be important in this game, is that, and so I'm interested into seeing how this sort of plays itself out, because if you notice, we've got our HP and wounds, our characteristics, our personality traits, our skills. But at the bottom of this character sheet, we have space for a squire, and we have a space for horses. So it looks like horses are going to be very important in this game, as well as your squire. So that's very cool, because you have like a hey Lonku, like you've got like a pal, a bonus pal. So that's pretty neat. I appreciate that very much. There is a question I have, which is about experience and leveling up. I'd be interested to know how that works. And the starter set. So the 6th edition of Pendragon is not out yet. It's just the starter set. And I don't know when the full game is going to come out. But, you know, let's see. Traits and passion, skills, honor and glory, combat, arms and armor, horses, injury and death, wealth and treasure, the winter phase, which is page 64. I don't know if they have up like advancement in the starter set, but what do we have? Nothing at the end of the scenario, but that's why morgen Lonku. That's why I'm going to look at the second the rules book. So this the starter set comes with a bunch of stuff. It comes with 3 main books. The first book is the solo quest, which is the one that we just did. The third book is a group adventure, which is the sword campaign, an introductory adventure for like a full party. And that's apparently it sort of is connected to that solo one. And then there is the second book, which is the Book of Rules. There's also character folios. There are 4 appendices. One which is tournament rules. The second is battle rules, which would be like that's mass combat. Appendix C is overland movement, because that's going to be important. And then Appendix D is visiting a foreign court, rules on that, which I think is pretty cool. And then they've got 2 sets of battle cards that you can use, which looks like, what's the word? Props, assets that you can use to make running the game easier, which I think is also pretty cool. But I feel like our advancement is going to happen in the very end of book 2. The adventure book is a campaign spanning 3 years. Oh, very nice. It has 3 scenarios, but in Pendragon, knights usually have a single adventure per year, then level up during winter. And in book 2, they have the winter phase. So military campaigns in the winter are rare. Britain is not subject to deep snowfalls or extensive icing over, but the weather is cold and wet nonetheless. In particular, any road, trail, or path not of Roman make becomes a quagmire of mud. No one goes out if it's not strictly necessary. But winter is also a time of training and study, amorous pursuits and gossip. In game terms, the players update their characters to reflect the experiences of the past year. They do this after the end of each adventure during the winter phase. Procedure. The system presented here is a simplified version of the standard winter phase found in the core rulebook, which I do not think is actually out yet. I looked over at the Pendragon section of the Chaosium website, and what they have in terms of products are the starter set, which I think just came out, and then like Pendragon and Paladin, which I'm pretty sure are for 5th edition, and this is 6th edition. So yes. Okay. So this is a simplified version. The basic procedure, and we're gonna do leveling up, everybody, because I feel like we have to round out our time with level up, and then I'll just say something else. Description on the aqueduct in a post-Rome era city builder game I once played. What did the Romans ever do for us? That's what. So we do experience rolls. That's the first thing we do. Roll 1d20 for each experience check. If the number rolled is greater than the current value, then the character learned from their experience and adds 1 point to the value. On a checked statistic, once a checked statistic is rolled, erase the check. Okay, so these are all experience checks that we have. So let's do it, shall we? Let's roll it. Let's see what happens. Yeah. This is it says, it doesn't say for skills. It says experience checks. And I wonder if that also includes personality traits. Then you have training and practice. And then you have a change of personality trait. You can add 1 point to a trait, decreasing its opposite by the same amount. Yeah, I think actually this is, I think it counts for everything. Yeah, yep. Okay, so let's do it. We've got my rolls up still, I believe. Yeah, all right, let's find out where we're at. Energetic. Let's see. Are we more energetic? Yes, we are. Yep, so we are now a 17 of energetic and a 3 in lazy. Let's talk about forgiving. We want to fail these rolls. Forgiving. Nope. Generous. Yes, we are now 12 generous and 8 selfish. Merciful. 9 merciful. We stay where we're at. Proud. We get more proud. We are now an 8 proud, but only a 12 modest. What about recklessness? How reckless are we? Do we get more reckless? We don't. Interesting. How about suspicious? How suspicious? Do we get more suspicious? We do not. Okay. That is all of my personality traits. And if we look at our skills, folklore, I want to fail it. Dang it! Nope, I do not fail my folklore. You become the High King's Squire and one of the first knights of the Round Table. Of course, you're got more proud. Absolutely. How about my sword skill? Do I get better at sword? I do not. Dang it. That's okay. Hospitality. Do I get better at hospitality? Nope. Do I get better at honor? Yes. My honor is now a 16. So now I'm quite famous for being honorable. And that should be all of my level up, except that's for experience rolls. And then we do training and practice. And for training and practice, we may choose one of the following improvements. Either we can add a point to a trait, decreasing the opposite number by the same amount. We can change a passion. We can add or subtract 1 point to any passion. We can train a skill up to 15, add 6 points to any number of skills under 15 in any combination. All points may be added to one skill divided between 2 skills or more, as long as their values are not raised over 15. We can train a skill up to 20, increase one skill by 15, over 15 by 1 point, up to a maximum value of 20. Okay, we're gonna go with the training skills. We're gonna get 6 points we're gonna add to our skills, everybody, because that is a thing that I feel like we're gonna need where we are at. If we don't, why don't we add, we've got 6 points. We're gonna increase our, we're gonna be a good, oh gosh. Let's increase our, spear up to 12. We've got 4 more points. Let's increase our horsemanship up to 11, which gives us 2 more points. And then let's increase our folklore by 1, because I feel like we learned some folklore today. Oh no, we get 2. We'll increase by 2. Now our folklore is 9. Boom. And then there's one last thing that we do. What is our last thing? The last thing we do is step 3, tally glory. Add up all the glory you've gained in this year's play. Find the total right under history and glory, then add to glory. I don't think, I think that our glory is all the stuff that we got, right? I mean, well, no glory was listed, so I don't think I have to deal with that. Or honor. So then we get step 4. Step 4, prestige reward. I do want to find out how that works, though. Wealth and treasure. Injuries and health. Horses. Finish 4. All right, 4. Step 4. Prestige reward. At every full 1,000 points of glory attained, the player knight receives a prestige award. Note the reward on your character sheet. Prestige awards may be used as follows. 1. To raise any statistic by 1 point. No restrictions apply to the increase, no penalties pertain, and it may increase the critical bonus for skills over 20. Be sure to refigure derived characteristics if a characteristic increases. Or to lower the value of a passion by 1 point. With that, another year in the life of the player knights is complete. So, since we're here, and we're doing this as a outgo, honor and glory, let's gonna go 29. Honor and glory, we were looking for glory, were we not? Right? Yes. So gaining honor, losing honor, defending honor, glory. So it's basic reputation, right? For every blah, blah, more glorious you are, blah, blah, blah. Gaining glory. Under the proper circumstances, any non-routine act may win glory. There are 2 requirements for this. The successful resolution of an action with notable consequences and public knowledge of the deed. Glory can accrue for winning at combat, for obtaining a social position, witnessing great actions, and specifically for succeeding at a quest. The scenarios in Book 3, the Sword Campaign, provide calculated glory awards throughout. As a game master, feel free to grant other glory awards as you see fit, based on the examples given in that book and elsewhere in this text. Never award more than 1,000 glory for a single deed. Such awards are once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Passive glory is a special type of award that automatically accrues each winter phase. The characters included in the starter set earn passive glory in one of 2 ways: appeal value and traits and passions. Other ways to earn passive glory include achieving certain ideals or holding wealthy estates. Okay, so I feel like we should have gotten some passive glory. Let's find out. Fair appeal. Characters of fair appeal, which is 13 to 15, which we are not, gain 10 points of glory each winter phase, while those of elegant appeal gain 25, and those of surpassing appeal gain 19. We get nothing for that. Traits and passions. Famous traits and passions add 15 points of glory each year. A character cannot gain more than 100 points of passive glory from each year of traits and passions. So, I believe 16 is famous. I believe that is the case. And if 16 is famous, I have energetic is a famous trait, and honor is a famous trait. So I should be getting 30 glory for passively, which I'm going to place somewhere. Session glory. Boom. I have got 30 passive glory. Not a lot, not just yet, but I got some. And no appeal, but that is, but now I know. That's what I got. And I feel like, yeah, that's it. That was it. Hey, Atomica. Australis says, honor and glory not to be confused with wrath and glory, which has an entirely different definition from honor and glory. The Emperor protects. Amotio, how are you? According to a blog post on the KSM site, the Pendragon Player's Handbook is set for release March 2024. Oh, okay. 30 isn't a lot. No. It's the biggest number of the sheet, though. Yes. I feel like I deserve 100 glory for defending Arthur from... I feel like I deserve that, too. But you know what, though? I did get something else. I got to be a Knight of the Round Table. So now I'm knighted, and I get to be a Knight of the Round Table, and I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's good times. Basie Dafiat is now a knight. That was amazing. Hey, everybody. So let's give a quick after-action report, and then I'm going to go. So at the moment, well, you will be after being a squire for a few years. Yeah. So I think what's interesting to me is that at this point in time, I have played, let's say, a couple of different styles of solo adventures. This one here is, oh, hold on. Here we go. This one here is the kind of choose your own adventure style that was basically what most solo adventures did in the 80s, right? 70s and 80s, where you've got this thing, maybe you have, but now this one did not include mapping, but it might involve mapping. You might have to map, you know, the place where you're at. Might be a dungeon crawl. There's probably some kind of it's a little bit choose your own adventure, but you've got your character sheet, you make the rolls, you've got to do everything as you would do it. You actually have to sort of like achieve, you have to win your battles or whatnot. Let's see. Then the other one I'm thinking of is Rune, which by the way, I've only played Rune on stream once. I feel like we should play Rune again because that was actually quite fun. Where that's like a battle grid, and it's a solo game where you've got this. It's a what they call it? They called it a point crawl. That's I think what they called it. Where you've got like a map and you've got to explore the map, and you like there's like each one is in its own adventure. You explore the maps and you do some battles. I feel there's an XP question for 40k TTRPG where they ask, did you encounter any Xenos, Heresy, Chaos during this session? If so, did you glass the planet? If yes, gain a point of XP. Yes. Termination says, I promise I'll make you a knight eventually. Basically the same line every Renfield hears. So sad. That was more tactical. It was more like a tactical one. Then, of course, you've got all the prompt-based solo games that are sort of like journaling sorts of games, either with like the Wretched and Alone and Wretched, or with using the Jenga Tower, or like number stations using number stations. There's the journal-based ones. I feel like Starforged, Ironforged, Ironsworn Starforged is a slightly different style. That's more what we'd call like Oracle-based. So I think you've got like the Oracle-based ones, but that one's a little bit different from your basic Oracle-based one because it's actually its own system. That's very different from Mythic GM, which I think I put it in one of my boxes over there. Mythic GM is just a GM emulator. It's an Oracle-based GM emulator, which you should be able to use with any game, theoretically, whereas Ironsworn Starforge is custom built, right, to use Oracle. So I suppose you've got Oracles, journaling prompts, tactical things, tactical challenges, and then choose your own adventures are the 4 I can think of. Are you going to play any Captain's Log? Australis. I'm going to have to. I also have Captain's Log, so I will have to play it. That is a thing that is going to happen as part of my journeys through solo RPGs. Yeah, absolutely. Good night, Basie. Good work today. I'll most likely knight you in the morning. Corey says, I've only played 1,000-Year-Old Vampire solo before, but I think it'd be fun to try a more directed one like this. Ooh, I love the Oracle one, so yeah. If if Corey Hickson, if you've not played Ironsworn Starforged, I recommend it. I think it's very good. Rune is a different style. I would recommend that one too. But more of these I think would be good. You know what I think we need to do though, by the way? I think we need to do a game book. Because I feel like if I do game books don't call themselves solo adventure modules, they call themselves game books, and I think that I should try out one of those. I've got 4 Against the Darkness, I've got the Fabled Lands, I've got any more Call of Cthulhu solos? Absolutely. We've got like Call of Cthulhu solos, D&D solos. I still, you know what I have to do next, by the way? I've got to do the GURPS one. I've got to do All Night's Work, the big GURPS introductory solo adventure. It's not that big, but I believe they actually have some Conan solo adventures. GURPS Conan, I think, has some solo adventures, which I should do that one. I also really want to do the James Bond 007 solo adventure, because that one I think would be very cool as well. So I want to get in a bunch of different solo adventures and try them out and see how they all work and how they decide to make their solo adventures, because I'm going to make a solo adventure for City of Light and Shadow when I do that book. Yeah. So I really do want to see the... Corey Hickson, you should try Ironsworn. Hold on a second. Where are you? Okay. I'm back. I have to play Die Blackthorn. Yes, indeed. I've got to play Die Blackthorn because Die Blackthorn is our thief who features in the introductory GURPS solo adventure. I'm going to write a solo adventure. This is what I'm going to do. But the thing is, I have got to sort of ponder the challenge. I have a challenge, which is how to, because here's the thing, the point of the solo adventure is to introduce players to the game, get the vibe, see how it goes, get them to understand about it, right? and I need to create a solo adventure for City of Light and Shadow, which is a very particular style of GMing and play. So I've got to figure out the best way to do it, and I think it's going to be I've got to figure out. I've got to be creative about it because I've got to figure out the way I want to do that. Yeah, I think he's got like a 6 or a 7 strength, Krellin. It's not very high, but I've got the Fabled Lands book, which is a very sort of famous, I think, 80s adventure book. And there's like the War-Torn Kingdom, Fabled Lands, the War-Torn Kingdom. And I was just reading about this. I was listening to the podcast, Ludonarrative Dissonance, were talking about it just on the side. And so I thought, oh, yeah. So it was first published in 96. So this is from 96. I think it's British. But I do want to run a little bit of the Fabled Lands as well. Look, I've got a lot of solo adventures that I really want to run. I have to do Thousand-Year-Old Vampire. I haven't done that one yet, and I really have to. That's one that I have to do, obviously. And the great thing about solo adventures is that if players are sick and I've got to sort of cannot run one of my main games, then I can just run a solo adventure. Also, I've got to do another run of Crash Jones. We got to do another adventure of that, but that'll be a little bit later. Australia says, okay, which For Dummies books have you got on your bookshelf? It can only be one of those books with that. Yes, that is the GURPS for Dummies book, is what that is. This is only RPG stuff here, except for the bottom shelf, which you can't see. Where is it? Yeah. GURPS for Dummies. I didn't need it, but I thought it might be not bad to have it. GURPS for Dummies. Create a character, explore the GM's world, and let the adventures begin. This is a reference for the rest of us. This is discover how to develop your character's skills and abilities, attributes. Prepare for combat and other encounters. Role-play your character's personality. Become a game master. Create and populate your own game world. This is it, the secret passageway to success and fun with GURPS. GURPS, Generic Universal Role-Playing System, is not like other role-playing games because it gives you the freedom to create any world or character you can imagine. This fun and easy guide gets you up to speed so you can get into the game and hold your own right from the start. Adam Griffith is a 28-year gaming veteran, blah, 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 blah. And I'm pretty sure this is for 4E, though, because that makes sense. And Carl's like, of course it's GURPS, yeah. GURPS is intimidating too much to open it. Oh, GURPS is way less complicated than people would have you believe, but it is a crunchy system. But it's also, it's scalable crunch. You can make it less crunchy or more crunchy. You can get it very, very uncrunchy if you wanted to, but part of me feels like that's a bit of a waste because some of the crunch is just beautiful. But you don't have to make it hyper crunch if you don't want. I like a good medium crunch on my GURPS. I like a good medium crunch on my GURPS. You can make it more or less crunchy. It's up to you. I will say this one thing. I do love a scalable crunch. I love it. I'm somewhat surprised Wikipedia and YouTube didn't put the Dummies publisher out of business. Yeah, but you know what though? Wikipedia and YouTube are not curated, and Dummies is curated, you know? What edition is GURPS up to? Fourth edition. BRP is your go-to? It's good. So first and second edition came out within like a year of themselves. So third edition is really the edition, is like the first real GURPS edition, third, and that came out in like 88. And GURPS was in third edition until like 2004 or so, around then. And then they moved to fourth edition, and it's still in fourth edition. They don't really feel like they need to just make new editions unless they have something new to say. But right now, they still make new supplements for it. Stuff is coming out for GURPS all the time. Yeah. The hardest part of GURPS is character generation. Gameplay is easy. And I will say, I actually don't think character generation is hard. It's not hard. It just is detailed. And those things are different. Unique because you can have the freedom to create any character you can imagine is such an outdated statement. Termination shock, sort of, but kind of not. I mean, one, yes, right, because we now have, it was one of the first sort of like point-based games, not the first, but like you could do a lot. But I will say this, a lot of the indie games do not really let you make any character you want. They're like, you're going to make a character who is a high school monster. Like a lot of the indie games are very tightly controlled in what kind of character you can make because it has to fit within the theme. So there's a way in which it still does give you a kind of a freedom that a lot of other games, even to this day, don't give you, which I think is interesting. But yeah, so it turns out today I've been compiling a list for a friend of different solo RPGs I've pledged towards on Kickstarter over the last few years. If you like, once I've got it together, I can send along. I've also pledged for a lot of solo Kickstarters, but I'd love your list. Like, I just got Dead Space. Like, I've got a bunch of solo RPGs I've not played yet because I try to, like, you know, do it when I've got space and time. But I would love your list, and we can compare lists. Let me see. What was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you something about, oh, yeah. So here's the thing about crunch, and then I'm going to go. Here's the thing about crunch, which I think is a little bit tricky. And that is people use crunch to mean very different things. Some people use the crunch to mean very hard math. Some people use crunch to mean any math. Some people use crunch to mean choices. And the thing about GURPS is that I actually don't think that character creation is difficult. It's just that there are a lot of choices. And for some people, having multiple choices is too much. They don't want a lot of choices. They only want like 10 skills. They don't want to have to make a lot of choices, right? That too much choice is just too complicated for them. Now, I actually don't think that choice is that complicated. There are like hundreds of skills in GURPS, many of which are not going to be relevant for your game, but they all work the same way. Like, if you know how to buy a skill, you know how to buy a skill. Do you want to have short sword, or do you want to have a two-handed sword? The skills work the same. It's just, I don't think of that as being difficult. I just decide what kind of weapons I want my character to have, and then I buy that skill. So, or what kind of social skills I want to have. But I do not have analysis paralysis, and I'm not overwhelmed by choice. So I don't tend to think of choice as being something that is difficult, because it doesn't really involve having to know new rules. Yeah, let me see what we have here. Even more generic games like Fate, you're going to make a cinematic hero in Fate. GURPS characters don't have to be cinematic or gritty or noir or any particular genre. You can be, yeah, that's true. That's true. Boys, never seen my Fate characters. Termination Shock, I've sort of tweaked Fate to make sure that they are not cinematic. Australia says, would love your list, Other Doc. I would love your list, Other Doc. On the other hand, Bank Manager would prefer you didn't. I said character was a hard part. I didn't say how hard it was. That's fair. I think that actually the hard part of GURPS would be some of the extra crunch. And some of the more detailed systems, which are optional, can be more complicated, right? Like, there are some more complicated systems that you just don't need to use, but you can if you want to. If you want. That's always the thing. Why do we not have infinite time? It's just unfair. Yes. Correction says, I have a Wild West Fate condensed on my plate to try and figure out next. Ooh, very nice. Nice. Other says, mine probably has similar issues. Yeah. Polish says, I can never remember if it's Fate or GURPS I've played. Probably Fate. I'm just going to guess, Polish, that it's Fate that you've played rather than GURPS. Yeah. And Krillin says, GURPS uses 3d6 roll under. Fate uses dice that have the plus minus and blank. 10 years ago, still probably Fate. Probably Fate. Probably. I'm guessing. It would depend on whether or not you were using... how complicated was your character sheet would let you know the answer to that question. Trooper has seen one of my Fate system characters, though as a one-shot, I never really got into the character's voice. Yep. I dipped my toe into Kickstarters this year with The Walking Dead and Terminator Kickstarters, and they had to go no until more of those are filled. Yeah, I understand that. You should ping me on Discord for my partner's Spaghetti Western Rolls. I would love to see them. That would be awesome. Yeah, the reason why I'm going to guess it's Fate is because 10 years ago was 2013, which was a time when Fate was very popular and the hotness. And GURPS has not been the hotness for a while. But more importantly, GURPS is a system that people really like to talk smack about and say is terrible and that you should never play because it was very popular in the mid-aughts. And so people like to talk smack about things that are popular. So I have a really hard time imagining that somebody wanted you to play GURPS in 2013. It's possible that you had run into a Fate fan, a GURPS fan, but I think it's more likely that in 2013 you ran into a Fate fan. I just think it's more likely 2013 was Fate than it was GURPS, is my guess. Could have been GURPS, but I feel like it was probably Fate. Yes, pretty much all I remember was that we did a steampunk setting. Does not help me. One of the best skills in Spinning Western Fate, Reckoning, as in I reckon you're out of bullets. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. 2013 would have been right when Fate was still big, while PBTA was in the process of taking over parts. Yeah, that's why it's my guess is that it's Fate. The goggles, they tell me nothing. My guess is Fate. Could have been GURPS, but my guess is that it was Fate. All right, my friends. That's it. That's our thing for today. Let me tell you when you can find us, and we're gonna do the thing, the who's and the what's nots. Let's see. You can find me where? Today is Friday. Tomorrow at noon Eastern, I am going to be playing on the PS4, and we're going to play our very first session of Rain World, which I'm very excited about. As our PS4 game. There's no gaming on Sunday, and then the next time you're going to see me on stream will be Thursday for the next session of Disco Elysium. And then Friday will be the Gamblers back. I think they're just going to make some choices, and we're going to find out how that goes, everybody. They have decided to get very, very excited about... They're getting really excited about those very, very dangerous psionic drugs, which I'm excited about too. Yeah, right. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you, Varger. Thank you, Krell and Termination Shock. All of you polished. All of you have been around here. But here's the thing. We should raid somebody, because raiding people is caring. Let's see what we have. We've got raiding. Let's see. Who's up? Let's go raid Magi RPG, who's a fellow streamer, streaming vampire. Let's give some love. Thank you all for being here. I have got some, what do you call it? I've got some VODs to upload. But in the meantime, let us go and raid Magi RPG and give them some love. And I will catch you all. By the way, I'm going to do my smart thing, which I never do, but this time I'm going to do it. Magi RPG, which I'm pretty sure has a... Nope. Hold on. RPG. Boom. Okay. Thank you so much. You all are wonderful and lovely. I will catch you all on the flip side. I'm going to go and eat. I've got some food to eat, and it's time for me to eat it. So let's give some love, and thank you all for being here, and I will catch you all on the flip side, everybody. We're going to raid once the credits are done. Ciao, everybody.